Chapter 194. The head of the Lung family was thoroughly enraged. 2 of his sons had been killed one after another. This time he could not bear it no matter what. That bastard must be killed. Staring at Lung Feng's corpse, the head of the Lung family's eyes were bloodshot. Yes, head of the family. Immediately, the person next to him retreated. Almost at the same time, angry roars could be heard from the Duan family. Compared to the head of the Lung family, the head of the Duan family was even more resentful and murderous. One should know that Duan Wenba was ranked 3rd on the honor roll list and was the pride of the Duan family. Gather all the experts and kill. The head of the Duan family roared. Immediately, someone from the Duan family walked down and started to gather the experts in the family. On this day, the 2 most powerful martial arts families in Beiyan were filled with endless anger. Their hatred for Lin Tian had reached its peak, and they could not wait to swallow Lin Tian alive. However, until now, they had never thought that they were the ones who first made things difficult for Lin Tian and forced Lin Tian to assassinate Lin Tian. That was how they ended up in this situation. In the general's residence, Lin Tian sat cross-legged and channeled the 4 extremities meridians to refine the spiritual wine in his body. The spiritual wine was very strong, even hotter than fire. However, after refining and absorbing the fire crystal, Lin Tian's true yuan had the power of fire. Naturally, he had a strong resistance to this kind of spiritual wine and was able to control it freely. At this time, he guided the spiritual power in the spiritual wine and gathered it on his 9th divine meridian to refine it carefully. A faint silver glow lingered on the surface of his body, and then gradually became more powerful. When he was at the bottom of the cliff in Demonic Beast Ridge, he had already built half of his 9th divine meridian. At this time, with the help of the spiritual wine given by an old drunkard, the spiritual power was guided to the 9th divine meridian and to the second half of the 9th divine meridian. This caused the meridians and acupoints in the second half of the 9th divine meridian to be connected. You chose the heart for the last divine meridian. Good choice. Now, take your time, there's no rush. An old drunkard said. With an old drunkard's cultivation, he naturally saw through which divine vein Lin Tian was constructing. Even though Lin Tian was cultivating, he could still hear an old drunkard's voice. Furthermore, he was well aware of the importance of this final divine vein. Thus, he immediately slowed down and carefully connected every single meridian and acupoint, allowing the construction of this divine vein to proceed in an orderly manner. Buzz! Gradually, the silver light around Lin Tian's body became brighter and brighter. About 2 hours later, a rumbling sound rushed out from his body, and a hurricane immediately swept through the room. An old drunkard nodded in satisfaction as he stared at Lin Tian. A few dozen breaths later, Lin Tian opened his eyes. A silver light flashed through his eyes. He stood up and clenched his fists. He felt that his strength had become even more powerful, as if there was an inexhaustible power condensed in his flesh. Purely in terms of true essence and physique, you're now no worse than an early-stage sea of consciousness cultivator. An old drunkard said, "My battle strength won't be bad either." Lin Tiandao, an old drunkard, was amused. "Kid, you're really confident. You know, sea of consciousness cultivators cultivate divine sense power. With the help of divine sense power, even if your true essence and physique are comparable to sea of consciousness cultivators, your actual battle strength is still lacking." "I have soul power." Lin Tiandao, an old drunkard, was surprised for a moment, then laughed. "I forgot. You're also an array manipulator." After a pause, an old drunkard said, "Thinking about it, when you dodged that crafty palm strike of that old white guy, you relied on the help of soul power, right?" Lin Tian nodded, not denying it. Array manipulator's lineage, a terrifying inheritance. An old drunkard muttered to himself. Lin Tian looked outside the courtyard. Ji Yuanshan was sitting on an old stone, his entire person looking even more aged. After a pause, Lin Tian walked out. "Old General, please restrain your grief. I'll find Zhu Wudao to settle this grudge." Lin Tian arrived in front of Ji Yuanshan. Ji Yuanshan wiped the old tears from the corners of his eyes. Hearing Lin Tian's words, he was suddenly shocked. "Little brother, what are you going to do?" Lin Tian tilted his head, looking in the direction of the imperial palace. A cold light intertwined in his eyes. "She's still under house arrest in the imperial palace. I'm going to bring her back." Lin Tiandao. Ji Yuanshan was shocked. "Don't be reckless. This matter still needs to be considered at length." His only granddaughter was under house arrest. Ji Yuanshan was naturally burning with anxiety, but Ji Yuanshan also knew how terrifying the imperial family was. With Lin Tianyi's individual strength, how could he possibly contend against the entire imperial family? Breaking into the imperial palace was undoubtedly seeking death. "I don't want to make her wait too long." Lin Tiandao. Saying so, he stepped out of the general's residence. "Lin Tian, where are you going?" Ji Yuanshan was anxious. Following behind Lin Tian, Ji Yuanshan rushed out of the door. Then he saw Lin Tian stop. Ji Yuanshan wanted to say something, but following Lin Tian's gaze, he saw dozens of powerful cultivators rushing over. The aura they emitted was actually at the divine vein realm. Among them, there were actually quite a few people at the 8th heavenly layer of the divine vein realm. "Lung family, Duan family, you." Ji Yuanshan's expression changed slightly. Seeing these two families rushing over, Ji Yuanshan naturally knew why they were here. "Old thief Ji, little bastard Lin. Just nice, we'll kill you together." An expert from the Lung family shouted. This was an expert at the 8th heavenly layer of the divine vein realm, a direct descendant of the Lung family. "No need to talk nonsense, go." Someone from the Duan family shouted. There were more than 80 cultivators from the Lung family and Duan family who rushed here, and all of them were divine vein realm experts. Therefore, although they knew that Lin Tian could defeat Duan Wenba and Lung Feng, these people were not afraid. One person might be very strong, but when facing dozens of divine vein realm cultivators, even a sea of consciousness realm expert would have to frown. Ji Yuanshan was furious and anxious at the same time. Lin Tian was very strong, but facing so many divine vein realm experts at the same time, what were his chances of winning? "Old General, let's go back," Lin Tian said with his back facing Ji Yuanshan. Saying so, he stepped out of the general's residence as if there was nothing in front of him. "Kill!" the leader of the Lung family shouted. Suddenly, the experts from the Lung family and Duan family rushed up and attacked Lin Tian. Lin Tian was expressionless as he walked forward step by step. Clang! The sword whistled suddenly, and blood splattered on the spot. Lin Tian took a step forward, and dozens of thunder flame, sword chi, swept out around him. In an instant, dozens of people fell to the ground. Looking ahead, his expression did not change at all, and he did not stop at all. Only the long sword in his hand vibrated again. Puff! 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 The sword radiance was dazzling and thunder flame intertwined. With him as the center, all the cultivators within a radius of 30 feet were killed. In just an instant, 36 divine vein realm cultivators died tragically on the spot. "You!" The leader of the Lung family changed his expression, and fear appeared on his face. Those who had come here were the elites of their families. Each and every one of them was a divine vein expert. But now such a scene had occurred. Dozens of them had been killed in an instant. Lin Tian was expressionless, as if he did not see the people around him. He stepped forward calmly. Clang! Another sword whistle rang out, and dense thunder flame, sword chi, spread out from the inner spirit sword. Screams rang out as the experts from the Lung family and Duan family, who rushed toward Lin Tian, were all penetrated by the terrifying sword radiance. They could not block this sword radiance at all. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the 80 divine Vane realm cultivators from the two families were killed. Only a dozen people were still standing, and they were all trembling in fear. At this time, Lin Tian had only taken a dozen steps forward. "Retreat!" The Duan family expert shouted. This was a 9th layer divine Vane realm cultivator. No matter what, he did not expect Lin Tian's battle strength to be so terrifying. As he spoke, this person was the first to retreat, fleeing into the distance. Lin Tian's steps were still calm, neither fast nor slow. He raised the long sword in his hand for the first time. Clang! This time, nearly 100 sword radiances bloomed at the same time, sweeping in all directions. Now that he had reached the 9th layer divine Vane realm, his battle strength had increased again. He could compete with Sea of Consciousness realm cultivators. How could these ordinary divine Vane realm cultivators be his opponent? At this moment, for the experts from the Lung family and Duan family who rushed here, it was undoubtedly a devastating disaster. It was equivalent to rushing over to accept their own death. Puff! 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 Blood splattered as if the Grim Reaper was harvesting lives. The cultivators fell to the ground one by one. In the blink of an eye, the outside of the general's mansion was dyed red with blood. Among the 80 people from the Lung family and Duan family, only the 9th layer divine Vane realm cultivator from the Duan family was still conscious, but he also fell to the ground. Staring at Lin Tian, this person's face was filled with fear. His palm pressed on his bleeding abdomen, and he crawled away like a wild dog. Puff! A sword radiance flashed, and the person's head was directly cut off. Lin Tian's footsteps didn't change at all. His body was stained with blood. He put away the heart-spirit sword and continued to walk forward. Soon, he disappeared into the distance. Ji Yuanshan leaned against the door of the general's mansion and watched this scene. He was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. He had been on the battlefield for dozens of years and had seen all kinds of scenes. However, he had never seen such a one-sided battle. Lin Tian had only taken a dozen steps, and over 80 divine Vane realm cultivators were all killed. During this process, he didn't even see Lin Tian frown, nor did he see Lin Tian dodge an attack. An old drunkard stared at the direction Lin Tian left and gulped down his wine. After leaving the general's mansion, Lin Tian walked along the streets of the imperial city and came to the entrance of the Array Manipulator Guild. "Mr. You!" Seeing Lin Tian's appearance, the female attendant was a little scared. There were many other people in the Array Manipulator Guild. After seeing Lin Tian, they were all shocked. Many people subconsciously retreated far away. Lin Tian didn't care about these people's reactions. He walked directly to the Array Manipulator Guild's backyard. During this process, no one dared to stop him. After entering the guild's backyard, Lin Tian walked in a certain direction. Not long after, 3 people walked towards him. It was the Array Manipulator Guild's vice president, Qin Feng. Beside him were Elder Jean and Elder Nia. Seeing the 3 people, Lin Tian stopped. Qin Feng and the others also stopped. A strange light flickered in their eyes. After a while, Qin Feng said, "Little brother Lin, let's talk inside." Lin Tian nodded and followed Qin Feng and the others into a room. Staring at Lin Tian, Qin Feng asked, "Little brother, do you need anything?" Qin Feng and the others were very clear about what happened in the Imperial City. Originally, as a guest elder of the Imperial City's Array Manipulator Guild, when Lin Tian broke out of the prison, they should have been there to protect him. However, everything happened too quickly. By the time they received the news, the matter was already over. At this moment, Lin Tian was here. His clothes were still stained with blood. Naturally, they didn't think that Lin Tian was here just to drop by. They thought that he had something to discuss. "Help me break into the Imperial City and destroy the 3 great martial arts families." Lin Tian went straight to the point. Lin Tian could feel the strength of Qin Feng and the others. They were all in the Sea of Knowledge realm. Qin Feng and the others were moved. They all frowned. Lin Tian was a guest elder of the guild. To a certain extent, they could protect him. However, Lin Tian's words put them in a difficult position. One had to know that although the Array Manipulator Guild didn't fear the Empire, if they helped break into the Imperial City and destroy the 3 great martial arts families, the impact would be huge. I don't need you to kill people. Just help me block some Sea of Knowledge realm experts. After the matter is done, I will give you the original form of the Solitary Lock Rune and Gale Rune. Lin Tiandao, Qin Feng, and the others' expressions changed. The Solitary Lock Rune and Gale Rune were very rare. For array manipulators like them, it could be said to be priceless and had endless temptation. The 3 looked at each other and pondered. After a long time, Qin Feng looked up at Lin Tian and said, "Okay, we will help you." The Array Manipulator Guild was very mysterious. It was almost equivalent to a huge sect exposed to the world. Therefore, Qin Feng and the others didn't care much about the Empire's royal family and some martial arts families. Now, Lin Tian asked for their help at the price of the Solitary Lock Rune and Gale Rune. Coupled with his status as a guest elder of the guild, they had no reason not to help. See you at the Imperial City tomorrow morning. Lin Tiandao. After saying this, he didn't stay any longer and directly walked out of the guild. Staring at Lin Tian's leaving figure, Qin Feng's eyes shone. What a hot-blooded man! Saying this, Qin Feng looked at Elder Jean and Elder Nye and said, "Old Jean, Old Nye, get ready. The president seems to be rushing back tonight." When Lin Tian left the Array Manipulator Guild, the sky had already completely darkened. Only bits of moonlight poured down on the earth, bathing the Imperial City in a layer of silver light. Lin Tian didn't return to the general's mansion. Instead, he climbed to the top of the Immortal Knowledge Water Tower. This water tower was the tallest pavilion in the Imperial City other than the Imperial City's ancient buildings. Standing at the top of the water tower, his whole body was enveloped in the moonlight, and he could clearly see the entire Imperial City. At this time, he was holding a small booklet in his hand. Flipping through this booklet, his eyes finally stopped at the last page. "Next time we meet, I will no longer hide my feelings. I want to tell him that my heart has been on him since a long time ago. If I don't open my mouth, that guy definitely won't feel it. He's too stupid, too dumb." Lin Tian closed his eyes. His whole body seemed to merge into the night. Only a bone-piercing chill intertwined around him. The night gradually dispersed. Before the roosters crowed, there were already a few pedestrians on the streets of the Imperial City. Compared to these pedestrians, the Imperial soldiers guarding the gates of the Imperial City had arrived even earlier. Some of them were yawning. These people had just woken up not long ago and had replaced the other soldiers guarding this place during the night. After all, this was the gate to the Imperial City. There had to be people guarding this place 24 hours a day. Someone's coming. A soldier stared ahead and rubbed his eyes. In front of the Imperial City's gate, on the street, a youth with a long sword was gradually approaching. Chapter 195. The third book to be published. After going through Immortal God's Tribulation and Tao Seal, this was the third book to be published. It was also the most nerve-wracking of the 3 times. That was because Dragon was writing this book full-time. And this time, it would be a real test for him to write full-time for the past 3 months. To be honest, the pressure was really, really great. No pop-up window, he started writing his first book in 2011. In the blink of an eye, it had been almost 4 years. 4 years ago, Dragon was still a student. 4 years later, his third book was already more than 500,000 words. Over the years, he had made many friends because of his writing. Everyone accompanied Dragon and gave Dragon support and encouragement. That was how Dragon grew to where he was today. He was really grateful to everyone. Because of everyone's constant support, Dragon was able to make some small achievements. He was able to support himself and not let his parents worry. Again, his heart was filled with gratitude. Friends who were familiar with Dragon knew that Dragon was the typical type of person who was terrible at writing. His writing speed was very slow, and after becoming a full-time writer, Dragon's writing speed was even slower. Dragon wanted to write every sentence, every word, and even every punctuation. He wanted to present the best text to everyone. Fong had been writing until now. He had used 2 big notebooks to write the outline. After this book was published, Dragon did not dare to make too many promises, but he would definitely work harder than before. He would work harder to update the book and write better so that everyone could enjoy it more. He wanted everyone to be more excited and relaxed. He wanted everyone to be more relaxed. He wanted everyone to be more comfortable. He wanted everyone to be more excited. This was the only way the Dragon could repay the big guy. In short, thank you, everyone. The 3rd time to be published is the biggest test. I sincerely hope that everyone can continue to support me. I hope that I can get good results. End of chapter. Chapter 196. First of all, I would like to thank all the brothers and sisters who subscribed and supported me. Thank you. Once it's up, I will work hard to update it. The few soldiers in front of the main gate looked forward. As the figure got closer, their faces darkened. Reading, "How dare you? How dare you approach the main gate with a weapon? Stop!" One of them shouted. The young man was dressed in a long robe, and the long sword in his hand shone with a cold light in the morning. He slowly walked forward. The young man was naturally Lin Tian. Still not stopping? Take him down. Immediately, a soldier stepped forward with a spear in hand. The tip of the spear was extremely sharp. Lin Tian's face did not show the slightest emotion. Only the depths of his eyes contained a frightening coldness. Before the approaching soldier could stab with his spear, he was frightened by this frightening coldness and staggered backwards. "You!" Staring at Lin Tian, the soldier's face turned pale. Then he gritted his teeth and pressed down with a spear. With a clang, the sound of a sword rang out. Lin Tian didn't do anything, but the soldier who rushed forward fell to the ground. At this moment, the other soldiers at the main gate saw the blood on the ground. "How dare you wave your blade at the soldiers of the Empire? Everyone go. Kill him on the spot." There were more than a dozen people guarding the entrance of the imperial court. At this moment, apart from the leader of the group, an early divine vein realm expert, the rest of the people rushed forward. More than a dozen spears streaked across the air. Clang! The sound of swords rang out. Lin Tian's footsteps didn't change at all, but the soldiers who rushed forward were all sent flying. Only blood splashed in the air. It was extremely dazzling. At this moment, the sky was still a little hazy. There weren't many people on the streets of the imperial city, but there were still some. After seeing this scene, their expressions changed drastically. They couldn't believe that someone dared to openly kill the soldiers guarding the main gate. Was this a rebellion? Lin Tian was expressionless. To him, killing more than a dozen soldiers didn't make him feel anything. His footsteps were orderly as he walked into the imperial court. "How dare you?" The commander guarding the gate shouted angrily and took a step towards Lin Tian. However, what welcomed this person was an ice-cold sword light that instantly slashed open his throat. With a bang, the commander collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open. He had died with remaining grievances. Lin Tian was expressionless. He walked over slowly and arrived in front of the imperial dynasty gates. This gate was 20 feet tall and was made from essence iron and Huangji wood. At this moment, maybe because it was still early, the imperial dynasty's main gate wasn't opened yet. Lin Tian shook his heart spirit sword, and several sword lights swept across. Ka! 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 Along with a few crisp sounds, the tall imperial dynasty main gate cracked and collapsed. Dust rose as Lin Tian stepped through the broken door and walked straight into the imperial palace. Heavens, this. Breaking into the palace? Do you really want to rebel? The pedestrians nearby were dumbfounded. There were many pavilions within the imperial palace, and the ground was paved with white jade bricks. There were also many wide paths that led in all directions. As far as the eye could see, the ancient structure in front was the most majestic. Even in the entire imperial palace, it stood out like a crane among chickens. It was the center of the imperial court, Northern Flame Palace. Lin Tian raised his head and stared at Beiyan Hall. He walked over step by step. At this moment, soldiers charged out from within the palace, and the sound of armor clashing could be heard. Lin Tian's intrusion into the imperial dynasty had naturally attracted the attention of the soldiers guarding the palace. At this moment, a dense group of soldiers charged out from the various entrances of the palace. They were either holding spears or spears, giving off a solemn atmosphere. A murderous aura immediately spread out. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian was surrounded. What a thief! Everyone, listen up. Take him down. If he dares to resist, kill him. Someone shouted. This was a middle-aged man. He was a general of the imperial dynasty and was at the peak of the god bloodline realm. The soldiers that charged out all had cold expressions. After receiving the order from the imperial dynasty's general, they moved in unison. This was the inner part of the imperial palace, so these soldiers were all experts. Moreover, there were more than 700 of them. Kill! As the word kill rang out, the killing intent became even thicker. Lin Tian was expressionless as he raised his inner spirit sword. With a clang, the sword aura flew out and a hurricane swept out in all directions. Uft, uft, uft. The dozen or so 8th level refinement cultivators who had rushed forward were instantly killed, falling straight into a pool of blood. Lin Tianyi walked towards Beiyan Hall, and the azure lightning sword aura spread out from his inner spirit sword. Clang! The sound of the lightning sword pierced everyone's eardrums. With every step Lin Tian took, someone would be killed. Facing these imperial dynasty soldiers, Lin Tian didn't say a word. He wouldn't ask them to back off and not stop him because he knew that it was impossible. These soldiers were paid by the royal family. They did not care who was right and who was wrong. They did not care who was right and who was wrong. They only worked for the royal family like machines and sold their lives for the royal family. Then, today, he would wash the imperial palace with blood. Clang! The azure lightning sword aura roared like a thunder dragon. As Lin Tianyi slashed out with his sword, the air screamed. A gust of wind was visible to the naked eye as it swept forward. Immediately, the group of soldiers that had charged forward was slashed until blood splattered in the air. Over a dozen people's armors were shattered, and they fell limply to the ground, dead just like that. The imperial dynasty's general's expression changed. He held his Xian Hua axe and pressed forward personally. All of you, back off. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling true origin light shot out from his body, and a huge axe shadow appeared. Superior divine pulse martial technique, mountain breaking axe. Traitor, die! The general shouted. Lin Tian was expressionless. He raised his hand and slashed with his sword. With a whoosh, the middle-aged general's axe shadow shattered and dissipated like a spark. You! The general was shocked. He raised his hands high and his aura rose. Lin Tian slashed with his sword again. The light of thunder carried the power of fire. In an instant it flashed, leaving behind a long trail of blood. The middle-aged general's eyes were wide open. He maintained his posture of raising his axe, but there was a transparent hole in his throat. Blood was flowing out. Only when Lin Tian walked past him did that person finally fall to the ground with a bang. General, someone exclaimed. Looking at Lin Tian again, many soldiers started to feel afraid. A peaked divine pulse imperial dynasty general was killed in an instant. At this moment, as Lin Tianyi stepped forward, many soldiers started to retreat. Ring the bell and inform the other generals. Someone shouted. Instantly, someone left and charged into the palace. Lin Tian didn't react. He just stared at Bayan Palace and walked forward step by step. Damn it. Don't be afraid. We have more people. Stop him together. Go! How can a traitor be allowed to run rampant in the imperial palace? Everyone, kill him together. A few people shouted. This chapter isn't finished yet. Please turn the page. Although the middle-aged general was dead, there were still many captains. At this moment, these captains started to give orders. Hearing the orders, some soldiers were afraid, but they still charged forward. Lin Tian's expression was cold. He slashed with his sword mercilessly. Clang! The azure lightning sword force reverberated, bringing with it waves of bloody light and screams. At this moment, Lin Tian stepped into the imperial palace with a sword in his hand. He was like the Grim Reaper who reaped lives. At this moment, anyone who stood in front of him or attacked him was torn apart by the sword chi without exception. Dong! The sound of a bell rang out, reverberating continuously for a long time. In an instant, everyone in the palace woke up. This bell meant that a powerful enemy had entered. In the Northern Flame Palace, Zhu Wudao and Jiang Renwen were standing together, discussing something softly. After hearing the bell, their expressions froze. Your Majesty, someone has entered the palace. A voice came from outside the palace. Zhu Wudao's face darkened. Who? Lin Tian, the person outside the palace said. Although Zhu Wudao had guessed it, when he heard the answer, his face still turned pale. Zhu Wudao pushed open the palace door. A white-haired elder stood outside. It was the person who cultivated the full arm palm. You're courting death. Zhu Wudao's face darkened. Jiang Renwen's eyes were vicious as he stared outside the palace. What an arrogant beast. Zhu Wudao waved his sleeves and walked out of the palace. Jiang Renwen gripped the sword in his hand and followed beside him. The white-haired elder's eyes were cold as he followed. Yesterday, he had been injured twice by Lin Tian on the streets of the imperial city and had even been knocked unconscious by the old drunkard in the end. So there was naturally a chill in his heart, and this anger naturally had to be blamed on Lin Tian. At the front of the Northern Flame Palace, there was a wide path paved with white jade bricks. It was more than 10 feet wide and was more than 100 feet away from the Northern Flame Palace. At this moment, Lin Tianyi had killed his way here from the imperial city's main gate. Everywhere he passed, there were corpses lying on the ground. Blood dyed the ground red. Ah! Screams reverberated in the air. The soldiers in the palace tried to block and retreat. Occasionally, someone would be killed. After the bell rang, 3 generals at the peak of the Divine Pulse realm rushed here to stop Lin Tian, but they couldn't stop him at all. Damn it! The 3 generals were furious. So many of them together, but they couldn't stop a 16-year-old boy. At this moment, Zhu Wudao and the other 2 arrived. Looking at the scene in front of him, Zhu Wudao's face turned green. Lin Tian, how dare you? Zhu Wudao's voice was ice cold. Since the founding of Northern Flame Country, there had never been anyone who dared to barge into the imperial palace. Even spiritual sea realm experts didn't have the guts to do so. But now Lin Tian, with his divine vein realm cultivation, had killed his way into the imperial palace alone and killed the palace guards. This was simply a slap to the face of the Northern Flame royal family. Seeing Zhu Wudao, the soldiers who were attacking Lin Tian stopped. Lin Tian raised his head and pointed the inner spirit sword at Zhu Wudao. His eyes were frighteningly cold. Return her to me. How dare you? How dare you be rude to His Majesty? One of the imperial city's generals shouted. Lin Tian's eyes were filled with killing intent. With a backhand swing, the Thunderfire sword aura swept over. With a puff, the imperial city's general who spoke was beheaded on the spot. Such a scene made many soldiers even more terrified. The white-haired old man at the spiritual sea realm stared at Lin Tian. His expression changed slightly. You have reached the 9th level of the Divine Pulse Realm. End of chapter. Chapter 197. The white-haired old man was an expert in the spiritual sea realm. Naturally, he could sense Lin Tian's cultivation. Moreover, Lin Tian's aura was much stronger than yesterday. This made the old man's face turn gloomy. Is it you from the drunkard's gang? Thinking about the middle-aged drunkard, the white-haired old man's face turned even gloomier. Lin Tian didn't even look at the white-haired old man. Instead, he stared straight at Zhu Wudao. Give her back to me. His voice was cold. The white-haired old man's face turned gloomy. A mere divine pulse realm cultivator actually dared to ignore him. Zhu Wudao's eyes were indifferent. You dare to barge into the imperial court? Do you still have the right to negotiate with me? Lin Tian stared at Zhu Wudao and didn't say anything else. Only a bone-piercing, murderous aura was emitted from his body as he stepped forward. How dare you! Stop! Someone shouted. The surrounding soldiers were densely packed. Seeing Lin Tian walking towards the Northern Flame Emperor with his sword, they naturally couldn't sit still and wait for their deaths. Instantly, a swarm of people rushed forward to stop Lin Tian. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He just raised his sword and swung it. Clang! The lightning sword radiance exploded and turned into a rain of swords that swept in all directions. Facing such a violent sword aura, how could some of the ordinary soldiers withstand it? One by one, they fell into a pool of blood. Uft, uft, uft. Life seemed extremely fragile at this moment. With every step Lin Tian took, several people would die under his sword. Back off! Zhu Wudao shouted. Hearing Zhu Wudao's order, the soldiers in the palace were a little confused. However, they didn't dare to disobey, and all backed off. In fact, at this very moment, these soldiers couldn't wait to back off. They were truly frightened by Lin Tian's terrifying combat strength. Zhu Wudao stared at Lin Tian. Do you think my Northern Flame Imperial Palace is so easy to barge into? Lin Tian did not say a word. Only the sword in his hand shone with a cold light as he walked towards Zhu Wudao. Zhu Wudao's face darkened like the white-haired elders. He was the emperor of the Northern Flame Country, the ruler of the entire country. However, Lin Tian didn't care about him at all. He walked towards him step by step and didn't even care about what he said. He treated his words as air. Zhu Wudao's eyes turned cold. Humph! With a cold snort, a piece of golden jade appeared in Zhu Wudao's hand, and he began to inject his qi into it. Instantly, runes appeared on the ground, and a terrifying aura rushed out from Lin Tian. Lin Tian stopped in his tracks. At this moment, phantoms appeared all around him. There were powerful demonic beasts, powerful warriors, and even formed sword lights. At this moment, with him as the center, the space within a radius of 10 feet was completely covered in a murderous aura. Moreover, the periphery seemed to be isolated by some kind of powerful force. Killing array? The white-haired old man was slightly shocked. Zhu Wudao's face was cold. A killing array between illusion and reality, engraved by a 6th-rank array manipulator. So what? Lin Tian was expressionless. The demonic beasts around him roared, the warriors roared, and the sword lights clanged as they rushed towards him. In this regard, his expression didn't change at all. The long sword in his hand shook, and suddenly, all the phantoms were shattered, turning into dust. However, this wasn't the end. In the next moment, more demonic beasts and warriors condensed. It's useless. Being trapped, even a strong warrior of the Sea of Consciousness can't survive. Zhu Wudao's expression was indifferent. The demonic beasts roared, and the warriors looked ferocious. The dense sword aura continued to slash down. Among them, some of them were phantoms with pure knowledge, while others had real killing power. It was very terrifying. Lin Tian stood in the middle of the array, dodging the sword lights and shattering the demonic beasts. At this moment, a young man rushed out from afar, anxiously rushing over. It was Zhu Yi. "Royal brother, can you spare him this once? Please remove the killing formation," Zhu Yi said anxiously. Zhu Yi received the old servant's report that Lin Tian had actually killed his way into the palace alone. His expression immediately changed. He knew that there was a terrifying killing array in the palace, and there were several tyrannical existences guarding it. It wasn't something a divine vain realm cultivator could casually barge in. Even if a normal sea of consciousness realm cultivator broke in, there was almost a 90% chance of survival. Zhu Wudao glanced at Zhu Yi indifferently and said, "Retreat." "Brother, please, just take it as I'm begging you," Zhu Yi said. As a prince, Zhu Yi didn't have many friends. He treated Lin Tian as a friend, so he didn't want Lin Tian to die here. Jiang Ranwen swept a glance at Zhu Yi. "I told you to scram." With a wave of his right hand, a sword qi rushed out from Jiang Ranwen's palm, pressing toward Zhu Yi. After a few months, Zhu Yi was only at the peak 9th rank of the body refinement realm. How could he withstand Jiang Ranwen's terrifying sword qi? Suddenly, with a bang, he was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. 9th Prince. In the distance, an old servant rushed over, supporting Zhu Yi. Zhu Wudao didn't even look at Zhu Yi. His gaze was still on Lin Tian. He didn't have the slightest reaction to Jiang Renwen's attack on Zhu Yi. In the end, although they were both princes, they had the same father but different mothers. They weren't blood brothers, so their relationship wasn't deep. In Zhu Wudao's heart, Zhu Yi didn't have the slightest position. How could he compare to Jiang Renwen? The killing array was boiling. The cries of beasts and swords resounded. There were even more cultivators charging, surrounding Lin Tian. Standing in the middle of this killing array, Lin Tian raised his head. His gaze bypassed Zhu Wudao and landed on Jiang Renwen. "In a moment, I will cut your right hand piece by piece," he said coldly. Jiang Renwen stared at Lin Tian. His gaze suddenly became even more vicious. Zhu Wudao shook his head and said, "You don't have any chance." As he said this, the beasts and swords surrounding Lin Tian became even more terrifying, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. Raising his left hand, strands of silver light intertwined. "Do you think this thing can really trap me?" He stared coldly at Zhu Wudao. As soon as he finished speaking, an even stronger silver light spread out from his left hand. At this moment, the Heavenly One Soul mantra began to circulate crazily. Even some ordinary cultivators could feel the strong soul power, and all of them were shocked. "You!" Zhu Wudao's expression changed. As the former crown prince of the Northern Flame Country and second on the wind cloud list, Zhu Wudao naturally knew what kind of power this was. It belonged to an array manipulator. Moreover, this kind of powerful soul power was far superior to that of some rank 4 array manipulators. Lin Tian's expression was cold. His 5 fingers on his left hand flicked lightly, and rays of light shot out. Instantly, the array patterns under his feet began to distort, and the entire killing array became chaotic. After a few months, his array manipulation skills had already reached the rank 4 level. With his rank 4 array manipulation skills and the divine one soul technique, coupled with his powerful soul power, it was enough to temporarily put this killing array into hibernation. With a whoosh, the array patterns dimmed, and the killing aura disappeared. Lin Tianyi stepped forward. The inner soul sword trembled, and the lightning sword light swept forward. Arrogant. The white-haired old man snorted. He shattered Lin Tian's sword light with a palm strike, then pressed forward. Suddenly there was a loud boom. Palm shadows filled the sky from the white-haired old man's hand. When it appeared, it turned into a life-stealing radiance that crushed towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked up, his eyes cold. In the next moment, a figure charged out from behind him, raising a hand to attack the white-haired old man. In an instant, the palm shadows in the sky were shattered. An old man of similar age appeared in front of the white-haired old man and blocked him. "Who is it?" the white-haired old man shouted, looking directly at the person in front of him. "Elder Jean." Zhu Wudao was shocked. Zhu Wudao naturally knew the elder of the Imperial City's Array Manipulator Guild, the rank for Array Manipulator Jean Bouet. Jean Bouet stopped the white-haired old man and said, "Lin Tian, you can't move." The white-haired old man's eyes darkened, and his expression turned cold. Zhu Wudao's expression turned even more unsightly. He glared at Jean Bouet and said in a deep voice, "Elder Jean, he's trespassing on the Imperial Palace today. He must be executed." "Elder Jean, what is the meaning of your actions?" "I'm helping him trespass on the Imperial Palace," Jean Bouet replied. Zhu Wudao's expression darkened. He did not expect Jean Bouet to do this. The Imperial family of Northern Flame and the Array Manipulator Guild have always minded their own business. "Elder Jean, aren't you afraid that the guild president will punish you for your actions?" Jean Bouet smiled faintly. "That's my business. There's no need for you to worry, Your Highness." To be honest, Jean Bouet found Zhu Wudao to be an eyesore. "Jean Bouet, you're looking down on the Imperial family of Northern Flame." A cold snort rang in the air. 3 figures suddenly walked out from the Northern Flame Palace. One of them flashed and launched a palm strike at Jean Bouet. "Same to you." Behind Lin Tian, another figure stepped out and pushed back the figure charging at Jean Bouet. "Lin Tian is a guest elder of the Array Manipulator Guild. Your Northern Flame country's new king has just ascended the throne, and you're already so ruthless to my guest elder's friend. Do you think the Array Manipulator Guild is a pushover?" The newcomer was dressed in a blue robe. He was the Imperial City Array Manipulator Guild's elder, a rank for Array Manipulator, Nie Yunfan. Nie Yunfan, you're here too. What's the meaning of this? You want to be enemies with the Imperial family of Northern Flame? The person who was pushed back by Nie Yunfan said in a deep voice. "Zhu Qingji, do you think the Imperial family of Northern Flame is so great?" Nie Yunfan's expression was indifferent. The 3 figures that stepped out from the Northern Flame Palace were all dressed in purple gold dragon robes. They were Zhu Qingji, Zhu Jianshi, and Zhu Pingluo. They were all members of the Imperial family of Northern Flame and were all in the Sea of Knowledge realm. Zhu Qingji stood opposite Nie Yunfan, while Zhu Jianshi and Zhu Pingluo stood not far away from Zhu Wudao. Second ancestor, third ancestor, fourth ancestor. Zhu Wudao bowed respectfully. Jiang Rinwen stood beside Zhu Wudao and his expression changed slightly. However, he quickly returned to normal. Zhu Jianshi walked forward and stared at Jean Bouet and Nie Yunfan. He said indifferently, "No matter what your intentions are, he dares to barge into my Northern Flame Palace. He deserves death. Even if the 2 of you are here, you won't be able to protect him." As he spoke, Zhu Jianshi's right hand shook and a sword light condensed from true yuan appeared. "Is that so? What if I join?" A voice sounded. Without a sound, another figure appeared behind Lin Tian. Zhu Jianshi's footsteps paused and his face sank. "Qin Feng. P.S. Thank you to Tiger012456 for supporting us with 120,000 horizontal coins and becoming the Silver Guild Master of the 10 Directional Divine Kings. Thank you, Brother 19951995, for your support of 10,000 sector coins. Thank you. Finally, I would like to thank all the brothers and sisters who have subscribed for my support. Thank you all. Dragon will continue to write the 3rd chapter. End of chapter. Chapter 198. Naturally, Zhu Jianshi was acquainted with Qin Feng, the vice president of the Royal Capital's Array Manipulator Association. However, he would have never imagined that Qin Feng would also barge into the royal palace today. Not only that, it was obvious that Qin Feng and Jean Bouet were on Lin Tian's side. Givli Wenxuanet, what is the meaning of this? Zhu Jianshi said in a deep voice. Just a guest elder of the guild to protect us. Qin Feng said. Qin Feng, Jin Buwei, and Nie Yinfan all stood in front of Lin Tian. Staring at this scene, Zhu Wudao's face turned ugly. He didn't expect Lin Tian to be able to invite these three big shots. Brother Lin, in the distance, Zhu Yi was shocked. Obviously, he didn't expect this scene. Zhu Jianshi stared at Qin Feng and said, You guys want to be enemies with the royal family for a divine pulse cultivator? Qin Feng smiled indifferently. A divine pulse cultivator? Have you seen a 16-year-old peak divine pulse cultivator? Have you seen a 16-year-old fourth-stage array manipulator? Have you seen a divine pulse cultivator who barged into the imperial palace alone for friendship? As he spoke, Qin Feng glanced at Zhu Wudao. Compared to your Northern Flame royal family's new king, who just ascended to the throne and already ruthlessly dealt with loyal officials who had fought in the battlefield for dozens of years, don't you think that the little cultivator you speak of is very cute? Hearing Qin Feng's words, Zhu Wudao's face turned green. However, he could only clench his fists tightly. Zhu Jianshi and the other two didn't change their expressions. Obviously, they already knew about Zhu Wudao's actions. Zhu Jianshi said, Wudao is in the wrong regarding General Ji Yuanshan. After this, we will naturally punish him severely. Then Zhu Jianshi looked at Lin Tian. As for him, no matter what, he broke into the palace today and committed a great crime. Only death can atone for his sins. Then there's no room for discussion. Qin Feng smiled. Zhu Jianshi and the other two's expressions darkened. You guys really want to be enemies with the royal family. Don't think that the royal family of the Northern Flame Imperial Palace is great. When have we ever been afraid of anyone? Qin Feng said. The expressions of Zhu Jianshi and the other two turned completely cold. They didn't say anything more. Let's see who's better, Zhu Jianshi said. As he spoke, Zhu Jianshi's footsteps shook as he headed straight for Lin Tian. Qin Feng coldly snorted. He raised his hand and shot out a hurricane, blocking Zhu Jianshi's path. Don't get the wrong opponent. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feng raised his palm again. The tyrannical power of his palm was terrifying. In the other two directions, Zhu Qingji and Zhu Pingluo both rushed towards Lin Tian, but they were blocked by Jin Buwei and Nie Yinfan. For a moment, the 6C of consciousness realm powerhouses fought at the same time, immediately rolling out waves after waves of true Yuan gales. Lin Tian's body suddenly moved. His right leg fiercely stamped on the ground, and immediately turned into a flash of light and rushed in the direction of Zhu Wudao and Jiang Renwen. The long sword in his hand was raised straight up. Humph! A cold snort sounded out. A light flashed, and the white-haired old man appeared in front of him, slapping out with his palm. Scram! Lin Tian's eyes shot out two piercing cold lights, and he slashed out with his sword. With a clang, the lightning sword flashed and turned into a flash of lightning, rushing towards the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man waved his arm, and a huge palm print came down, colliding with the lightning sword. The two collided head-on, head-on, head-on. Immediately they exploded. Lin Tian stopped and stared at the white-haired old man. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness, cold and frightening. Facing such a gaze, the white-haired old man actually trembled for no reason, but then his eyes became cold. Don't think that you can do anything with the support of those three people. The power of the royal family is more than this. You can only die. Lin Tian raised his true spirit sword. The lightning sword flashed, and the fire sword intertwined. The light of the lightning flame was vast and mighty. Clang! His footsteps paused, and in a flash he rushed out and slashed at the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man snorted and raised his palm to meet Lin Tian's sword. Clang! 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 The sound of metal colliding reverberated in the air, And NBS, the white-haired old man's eyes were cold and gloomy. His figure suddenly flashed, leaving behind afterimages in the surroundings. It was hard to tell whether he was real or not. Flowing cloud shadow. Zhu Wudao was slightly shocked. Flowing cloud overlapping shadows was a sea of consciousness realm movement technique. In terms of quality, it could be said to be number one among sea of consciousness realm movement techniques. Not only could this movement technique increase the speed of the cultivator, but it could also create dense phantoms to confuse the enemy. It was very difficult to deal with. Qin Feng and Zhu Jianshi were fighting. They glanced at Lin Tian. He is just a divine vein cultivator. He is already no match for a spiritual sea realm expert. Now that he has encountered the flowing cloud overlapping shadows, he can only die. It's over, Zhu Jianshi said. Qin Feng faintly smiled. You're thinking too much. Don't forget, he's the same as me, a formation controller. Hearing this, Zhu Jianshi frowned. At this time, there were hundreds of phantoms around Lin Tian. Ordinary people couldn't tell who was real and who was fake. However, in these phantoms, Lin Tian's expression was incomparably calm. He stood quietly in the same place. Suddenly, he raised his right hand and slashed towards the left. Puff! Blood sputtered. The dense phantoms disappeared and a figure flew out. This figure was naturally the white-haired old man. Zhu Jianshi and the others' faces changed. The white-haired old man who used the flowing cloud overlapping shadows was actually sent flying. I already said that he's the same as me, a formation controller. Qin Feng said indifferently. As he spoke, Qin Feng slapped Zhu Jianshi with his palm. Zhu Jianshi's face was cold. He raised his palm and stood together with Qin Feng again. The white-haired old man flew out and stabilized his figure in a sorry state. He stared at Lin Tian in disbelief. At this moment, there was a deep sword mark on his chest. Blood kept flowing out. How can you tell my real body apart? The white-haired old man shouted. Lin Tian tilted his head, looked at Zhu Wudao and Jiang Renwen and pressed forward. He didn't care about the white-haired old man at all. The white-haired old man's face sank. He swayed his body and blocked in front of Lin Tian again. He slapped his palm down. This palm was more terrifying than any of the previous ones. Lin Tian held the heart, spirit, sword tightly. His eyes became incomparably cold. The thunder flame, sword qi, suddenly rushed up. Clang! The violent sword whistled and pierced people's eardrums. The thunder flame, sword qi, turned into a storm of thunder and fire, sweeping forward. The white-haired old man snorted and waved his palm. A huge palm shadow condensed and formed. At the same time, the white-haired old man's eyebrows lit up as if there was a halo in his mind. After that, the white-haired old man's attack suddenly became several times more ethereal. Every move and style seemed to be natural, making it difficult for people to resist. Lin Tian took a step back. His right leg stepped on the ground, and the ground suddenly cracked. You're only in the divine pulse realm. How dare you contend with a sea of consciousness, cultivator? The white-haired old man said coldly. With a boom, another palm pressed down. Lin Tian slashed out the thunder flame sword qi and took another step back. He was shocked by the white-haired old man's attack. Wang! The white-haired old man waved his hand, and the third palm fell. Lin Tian held his sword across his chest. With a clang, he retreated again. The white-haired old man smiled coldly. The light between his eyebrows was even brighter. That is, sea of consciousness. It's the light emitted by the sea of consciousness. This is the power of a sea of consciousness expert. Once a sea of consciousness expert opens up a sea of consciousness, his divine sense is almost invincible. That Lin Tian no longer has the ability to resist. That's natural. How can a mere divine pulse cultivator contend against a sea of consciousness cultivator? Just now, that senior just didn't use his full strength. It's estimated that he used 50% of his strength. Of course, all the soldiers showed a look of admiration and yearning. Not long ago, Lin Tianyi came from the main gate of the imperial court. No one could stop him. Even the generals at the peak of the divine pulse realm were no match for him. But now, facing the white-haired old man, Lin Tian was retreating again and again. These soldiers became excited. Again, the white-haired old man said coldly, the fourth palm pressed down. At the same time, the white-haired old man used the flowing cloud shadow movement technique. Together with his divine sense, he forced Lin Tian to retreat again and again. Lin Tian was expressionless. He retreated again and again. The white-haired old man said coldly, "You are quite resistant. Let's see how long you can last." As he spoke, the light between his eyebrows became more intense. The palm force also became more tricky, causing the air to tremble. Bang! 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 The white-haired old man waved his palm, causing the air to tremble, forcing Lin Tian to retreat again and again. At this time, the violent palm force even scratched Lin Tian's clothes. Heart-shattering palm. Die! The white-haired old man shouted. With a boom, the white-haired old man threw out the most powerful move in the all-arm palm. In an instant, a wave of killing intent swept up. Enough! At this time, Lin Tian opened his mouth. His eyes were extremely cold. Raising his left hand, Lin Tianyi grabbed the wrist of the white-haired old man's right hand in a split second, holding it firmly in his palm. The white-haired old man's expression changed. He didn't expect Lin Tian to be able to block this attack. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of the sword rang. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as he slashed with the inner spirit sword. With a puff, blood splattered out. The white-haired old man only felt a chill in his right arm. Then he screamed in pain. His right hand was chopped off by Lin Tian. How is this possible? Everyone's expression changed. At this time, even Zhu Jianshi and the others were shocked. Qin Feng said indifferently, "As a fourth rank array manipulator, his soul force can cause the killing array engraved by a sixth rank array manipulator to enter a temporary dormant state. How much trouble do you think ordinary divine sense can bring him?" Zhu Jianshi and the others' faces became even more ugly. They stared at Lin Tian with even more killing intent. "Bastard!" The white-haired old man roared. One of his arms was chopped off by Lin Tian. He actually crippled one of his arms. With a boom, the white-haired old man's aura sword. His left hand waved the all-arm palm and pressed down on Lin Tian again. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. The aura around his body also began to rise. The thunder flame sword was vast and mighty as it suddenly slashed down. The palm and the sword collided, and the violent airflow caused everyone to be shocked. It was also at this time that Lin Tian raised his left hand and clenched it into a fist. Instantly, an even more berserk aura surged out from the tip of his fist. It was like a volcano that was about to erupt, and also like a peerless murderer that was about to awaken from his fist. The terrifying true essence fluctuation caused Qin Feng and the rest to be moved. Boom! In the next moment, a resplendent fist light rushed out from Lin Tian's left fist. It was extremely fast and instantly pierced through the white-haired old man's chest. End of chapter. Chapter 199. Blood splattered in the air as the white-haired old man was sent flying. There was a fist-sized hole in his chest that was transparent from front to back. Reed the white-haired old man spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire chest was dyed red with blood. It was a ghastly sight. Everyone was stunned with their eyes wide open. Lin Tian held the soul sword and walked forward step by step with a cold expression. Just as Qin Feng said, he was a fourth rank array master and had practiced the supreme soul cultivation method, the heavenly one soul technique. relying on his current soul power, the soul power of the white-haired old man, who was only at the early stage of the sea of consciousness, could not cause him any trouble. Seeing Lin Tian walking over, the white-haired old man trembled and staggered back. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. Lin Tian raised his hand and slashed with the sword. With a puff, the white-haired old man's left arm flew up. Ah! The white-haired old man screamed. After retreating a few steps, he knelt down with a bang. In just a short moment, both of his arms were chopped off. Lin Tian's footsteps did not change at all. His expression was as cold as usual as he raised the soul sword again. Stop, stop, a puff! A sword light flashed and instantly chopped off the white-haired old man's head. Such a scene caused everyone's expression to change. How is this possible? That's a Sea of Consciousness realm expert. He was actually... This, the soldiers' hearts palpitated. Qin Feng and Jean Bouet glanced at Lin Tian. Their eyes lit up. This little guy, obviously the three of them did not expect Lin Tian's combat power to be so strong. Zhu Jianshi and the others' faces turned ugly. The white-haired old man was a guest of the Northern Flame imperial family. Now he was actually killed by a divine pulse realm cultivator. This was really shameful. Lin Tian was expressionless, as if nothing had happened. He walked around the white-haired old man's corpse and approached Zhu Wudao. Facing Lin Tian's gaze, Zhu Wudao trembled slightly. Even Jiang Renwen was moved. "Protect him!" an Imperial Dynasty general shouted. All of a sudden, the soldiers all rushed over, forming a sea of people in front of Lin Tian. "Kill!" The soldiers roared loudly. Even though they were scared, they still rushed up. The Imperial authority was ruthless, and they had no choice but to charge. Staring at these people, Lin Tian's expression became somewhat ferocious. Scram! The thunder flame sword chi intertwined and swept out a violent sword wind, like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Pooh! 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 In the face of such a swift and fierce sword power, even some ordinary peak divine range experts would find it difficult to resist, let alone some ordinary soldiers. In an instant, dozens of soldiers fell into a pool of blood, their lives devoured by the violent thunder flame sword rays. At this moment, Lin Tian seemed to have transformed into a thunder flame god of death. He took a step forward, and his sword light swirled like a tornado. His body was like an indestructible killing sword. No one could stop his sword light. Looking out, the dense sword light charged in all directions, and the soldiers fell one after another. Blood dyed the surface of the Imperial Dynasty red. Today, the Imperial Dynasty is destined to be dyed red with blood. Qin Feng sighed. Zhu Jianshi and the other two had ugly expressions. Since the establishment of the Northern Flame Imperial Dynasty, such a thing had never happened. Bastard! Zhu Qingji was furious and wanted to charge at Lin Tian. Unfortunately, Jean Bouet slapped him back. What's the rush? If you want to protect an unfilial descendant, then you have to be prepared to pay the price. You! Zhu Qingji's face sank as he stared at Jean Bouet angrily. Your Northern Flame Imperial Dynasty has allowed the new king to do such a thing. It is destined to be a tragedy, Jean Bouet said calmly. The violent sword light swept out, and Lin Tian instantly opened up a path of blood. Zhu Wudao! He roared and slashed out with his sword. With a boom, the violent thunder flame sword swept up a wild wolf, and it was unstoppable. Zhu Wudao held up a long saber, which was also a supreme treasure, and slashed forward. However, Lin Tian's thunder flame sword was too domineering. Even with the help of a supreme treasure, Zhu Wudao was still sent flying. With a bang, he crashed into a pillar outside the Northern Flame Imperial Palace, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Renwen's expression changed, and he swung his sword at Lin Tian. Jiang Renwen had already mastered 90% of the Jiang family's Ice Soul sword technique, and the power of this sword was extremely terrifying. Scram! Lin Tian waved his hand and swung his sword again. Jiang Renwen's sword light was shattered on the spot, and the violent thunder flame sword light sent it flying with a bang. Stepping on the white jade stairs, Lin Tian's body was extremely cold, and his killing intent seemed to tear the sky apart. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the Northern Flame Imperial Palace. "Where is she?" Staring at Zhu Wudao, his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. "You, Clang!" A sword light swept past, and Zhu Wudao was sent flying, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. "I'm asking you, where is she?" Lin Tian said fiercely. Thinking of the words Xiao on the booklet and the details of entering the imperial city, his face became crazed, as if he was a ferocious beast that had walked out of hell. "Your Majesty!" Soldiers rushed over. Lin Tian didn't even turn his head. He swung his sword backward, and dense sword light splashed out like raindrops. Puff! 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 The Imperial Dynasty soldiers who charged forward fell one by one. Blood flowed down the white jade steps. Zhu Wudao's face was slightly pale, and he stood up with his long sword, his eyes full of shock. The current Lin Tian was too strong. Lin Tian's face became a little ferocious, and the power of thunder and fire appeared on the surface of his body, covering his entire body. The violent fluctuation of true yuan turned into a hurricane, and his black hair danced wildly. Staring at Zhu Wudao, he stepped forward step by step. Murderous intent, like a monstrous wave, pressed towards Zhu Wudao. "Too presumptuous! My Northern Flame Imperial Palace is in such a mess." A voice was heard. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Zhu Wudao. His hair was brown, and he gave people a feeling that he was old and dying. As this figure appeared, many people were shocked. At this moment, everyone felt a terrifying aura. This figure was shockingly strong. "Old ancestor!" Zhu Wudao was overjoyed, and he quickly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. From afar, Qin Feng sneered, "Zhu Yunqing, this old man is still alive, and he's almost 130 years old." The great ancestor had 2 consecutive breakthroughs recently, from the 7th sky to the 9th sky of the Sea of Consciousness. He's about to enter the flight realm, and his lifespan will naturally increase. Humph! What do you think the Northern Flame Imperial Palace has to be able to rule the Northern Flame country? With the great ancestor here, no one can stop us. Shaking the Northern Flame Imperial Palace, Zhu Jianshi said. Qin Feng smiled indifferently and did not want to say anything more. In front of Zhu Wudao, Zhu Yunqing's face was full of wrinkles, as if he would step into a coffin in the next moment. However, his body was emitting a terrifying wave of energy. Looking at Lin Tian, Zhu Yunqing took a step forward and walked forward. He was supposed to be a peerless genius. What a pity. Zhu Yunqing shook his head. With the 9th sky of the Sea of Consciousness, he could clearly feel how powerful Lin Tian was. As he said that, Zhu Yunqing's steps were calm, but his eyes became cold. He approached Lin Tian step by step. However, at the next moment, behind Lin Tian, another figure appeared silently. This caused Zhu Yunqing to stop and stare at the figure that suddenly appeared. "Who are you?" "The new king of the Northern Flame Imperial Palace. Do you feel that you're tired of ruling the Northern Flame country?" The person said indifferently. Lin Tian tilted his head. Behind him stood an old man who was about the same age as Qin Feng. The aura that he emitted was not any weaker than Zhu Yunqing. Most importantly, Lin Tian felt an extremely powerful soul power from this person. Conservatively speaking, it was at least at the 6th level. Instantly, he knew the identity of this person. Zhu Yunqing's face turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, "What do you mean?" "It's a pity that Ji Yuanshan gave his all for the Northern Flame country. He fought on the battlefield for dozens of years, and even his own children died on the battlefield. However, In the end, he was labeled as a traitor by the new king of the Northern Flame country. Everyone in the general's residence was killed, and even his only granddaughter is under house arrest in the palace. Aren't you afraid that your actions will disappoint all the officials? The person said. Zhu Yunqing frowned and said, I already know about this matter. Later, I will punish the new king and appease Ji Yuanshan with enough sincerity to express the apology of the Northern Flame Imperial Palace. As he said that, Zhu Yunqing looked at Lin Tian. His attitude was the same as Zhu Jianshi and the other two. As for him, he has disturbed the peace of the Imperial Palace. He must be executed. You can execute him? The person said indifferently. As he said that, the person walked in front of Lin Tian. His sea of consciousness, peak true essence, rippled out. At the same time, this terrifying true essence ripple was mixed with another kind of energy ripple. Zhu Yunqing stared at the person, and after a while his expression changed, and he said, This is the ripple of soul power? It's at the 6th level. As he said that, Zhu Yunqing looked at Qin Feng, Jin Buwei, and the other two, and his face darkened. You are the president of the Array Manipulator Guild in the Imperial Palace. Is the Array Manipulator Guild trying to start a war? As Zhu Yunqing said that, Zhu Qingji, Jin Buwei, and the other soldiers' expressions changed. The Array Manipulator Guild in the Imperial Palace was extremely powerful, but the president had never appeared in front of the world. At this moment, when Zhu Yunqing pointed out the identity of the person, it made the hearts of many palpitate. The president of the Array Manipulator Guild in the Imperial Palace. This identity was a bit shocking. It was a person who could make the Emperor of the Northern Flame country bow down to. The person did not refute Zhu Yunqing's words and said, This young man is not only a guest of the Array Manipulator Guild in the Imperial Palace, but also a peerless genius of the Array Manipulator Guild. The Northern Flame Imperial Palace can't touch him. An even stronger aura spread out. The person stared at Zhu Yunqing with an indifferent expression and said, As a person in a high position, you must be able to distinguish right from wrong. You, the new king of the Northern Flame country, have committed such a despicable act, and you still want to convict him? Zhu Yunqing's face darkened, and he did not know how to refute. At this moment, Lin Tian moved. The azure thunder sword force swept out and attacked Zhu Wudao. Presumptuous! Zhu Yunqing's face turned cold, and he raised his hand to grab Lin Tian. Today, the genius of the Array Manipulator Guild is helping the Northern Flame Imperial Palace to eliminate the unfilial descendant. You should be grateful. The president of the Array Manipulator Guild said. His figure flashed, and he blocked Zhu Yunqing's path. At the same time, Lin Tian's sword light was piercing to the bone. It went around Zhu Yunqing and slashed straight at Zhu Wudao. P.S. The 4th watch has arrived. The dragon has gone to write the 5th chapter. It should be tonight. End of this chapter. Chapter 200. The resplendent sword light swept across as though it was going to slice the space apart. It was heading straight for Zhu Wudao. Read! Bastard! Zhu Yunqing roared as he charged at Lin Tian. Zhu Wudao was the most talented descendant of the Northern Flame royal family. He couldn't be harmed. What's the hurry? We're both at the 9th level of the Divine Vein Realm. Do you really look down on the Zhu clan's descendant? The Array Controller Guild's president said. He struck out with his palm, using his true origin force and soul power to restrain Zhu Yunqing. Protect His Majesty, a general of the royal family shouted. Densely packed soldiers rushed over from all directions, forming a human wall, blocking in front of Lin Tian. These soldiers roared as they raised their spears and stabbed at Lin Tian. Get lost! Lin Tian shouted. The inner spirit sword in his hand trembled as the thunderfire sword Qi swept out in all directions. PFFF! 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 Blood splattered as dozens of corpses fell on the ground in front of the Northern Flame Palace. Blood flowed continuously. Damn it! Zhu Jianshi and the others' faces turned ugly when they saw the scene. Since the establishment of the Northern Flame royal family, there had been generations after generations. When had something like this ever happened? A divine Vane realm cultivator had actually killed his way to the Northern Flame Palace and caused the ground to be dyed red with blood. How shameful was this? Clang! The sound of the Thunderfire's sword reverberated as screams rang out. The soldiers were killed one after another. Lin Tiansha opened up a path of blood as he stepped towards Zhu Wudao and slashed down with his inner spirit sword. Zhu Wudao raised his saber to resist. With a clang, Zhu Wudao's entire body was immediately sent flying. He was blasted back by Lin Tian's violent force, and he collided with a nearby pillar with a bang. So weak, Qin Feng mocked. Zhu Jianshi and the others' faces turned ugly. However, the four of them were restrained by experts at the same level as them and couldn't help. Lin Tianyi closed in on Zhu Wudao. His face was cold as he asked, "Where is she?" The inner spirit sword emitted a bone-piercing cold light as it intertwined with rays of killing light. Clang! On the other side, an icy sword aura swept past. Jiang Renwen had activated the Jiang family's Ice Soul sword technique, and his entire body was like a spinning top as he pressed down on Lin Tian. The aura that erupted in an instant was actually extremely terrifying, causing Qin Feng and the others' eyes to light up. To be able to catch the eye of a sect, he does indeed have some foundation. Jean said fearlessly. Lin Tian took a step back, but an even stronger sword aura surged from his body. He held the true spirit sword with both hands and slashed down. With a ripping sound, Jiang Renwen's cold soul sword light was shattered. Scram! Lin Tian flashed and kicked Jiang Renwen in the abdomen. With a loud bang, Jiang Renwen was sent flying over 70 feet away, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. In the end, the geniuses of my Array Manipulator Guild are still better. Nye Yun laughed loudly. Such words immediately caused Jiang Renwen, who was flying backwards, to tremble. His gaze became incomparably vicious. With a furious roar, Jiang Renwen stood up, and the aura on his body surged again. It was actually not the slightest bit inferior to the white-haired old man from before. Holding the sword, Jiang Renwen rushed over like a cheetah. With a slash of his sword, the sky was filled with sword light. I'm the strongest in my generation. Jiang Renwen's face was ferocious, and his entire person became even more berserk. After being defeated by Lin Tian several times, his hatred for Lin Tian in his heart could be said to be shockingly strong. If it wasn't for Lin Tian, he would always be recognized as the strongest person in his generation in the Imperial City, and would not be like today, actually being said that there was someone in his generation who was stronger than him. He was unwilling to accept this. Boom! The sword light swept down, causing the air to become cold. Lin Tian was closing in on Zhu Wudao. Seeing Jiang Renwen blocking him again, a ruthless light suddenly appeared in his eyes. At this moment, he reversed the inner spirit sword and even used the yin and yang liang. At the same time as he slashed out the thunder flame sword light to break the ice soul sword light, his body flashed and appeared beside Jiang Renwen, slapping him. With a bang, Jiang Renwen's cheek was hit by the palm, and he was sent flying backwards, splashing a little bit of blood in the air. Lin Tian's eyes were like knives. With a flash of his feet, he once again leaned in front of Jiang Renwen and slapped him again with the back of his hand. Pa! A loud slap sounded, and Jiang Renwen was sent flying again. Lin Tian stepped forward, raised his leg, and kicked Jiang Renwen's head fiercely. This blow could be said to be somewhat ruthless, directly causing blood to flow out of Jiang Renwen's 7 orifices. Staring at this scene, most people were shocked. Jiang Renwen, the future successor of the Jiang family, the strongest person in his generation, the #1 on the wind cloud list, the genius favored by the sect and with countless halos, was actually so miserable at this moment. Bastard! Stop it now! Zhu Qingji shouted. Jean Bouet smiled coldly and slapped out. The faces of the Northern Flame royal family are really embarrassing. You... Zhu Qingji's face was angry, and he raised his palm to meet the attack. Lin Tian held the inner spirit sword, glanced at Zhu Yi in the distance, and closed in on Jiang Runwen step by step. I said, I will cut your right hand piece by piece, he said coldly, and his long sword buzzed. Zhu Yi pleaded for mercy for him to Zhu Wudao. Although he didn't need it, he was still very grateful. To be able to do such a thing at that time, Zhu Yi obviously sincerely treated him as a friend. At that time, Jiang Renwen used his right hand to send Zhu Yi flying, so he naturally wouldn't remain silent. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, this was his style. No, he would be even more ruthless. Clang! The inner spirit sword's cold light pierced through the bone. Lin Tian raised his long sword and slashed out. Jiang Renwen's face changed greatly, and in a panic, he used his treasured sword to block in front of him. Clang! Lin Tian's sword light was too powerful. Although Jiang Renwen blocked it, he was forced to retreat step by step from the shock. With a clang, another beam of sword light shot out. Jiang Renwen hurriedly blocked it, and suddenly he was sent flying again. At this time, Lin Tian finally got close, and the inner spirit sword flashed with cold light and slashed at Jiang Renwen's right wrist. Jiang Renwen's face changed greatly, and he retreated in a panic. But he couldn't get out of the range of Lin Tian's sword momentum. Humph! Suddenly, a cold voice came from the sky. Lin Tianji felt an extreme coldness covering his body, and his face changed greatly looking at the sky. At the same time, the others also looked up and saw a middle-aged man in yellow standing in the air hundreds of feet high. He was actually standing in the air. This is... Everyone's face changed, and even Zhu Yinqing and the president of the Matrix Manipulator Guild were no exception. Standing in the air without relying on external objects. Is this a strong fighter in the airborne realm? One by one, the soldiers were shocked. On the other side, Jiang Renwen was overjoyed. Senior. Hearing the words of the crowd, everyone was shocked. This is the mysterious person who took a fancy to Jiang Renwen, a strong fighter from the sect? Someone murmured. Lin Tian looked up and stared at the middle-aged man in yellow, and he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. At this moment, without hesitation, he directly retreated. You still want to retreat? The middle-aged man in yellow said coldly, and with a wave of his right hand, a sword light rushed straight at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's face changed drastically. This sword light seemed ordinary, but it blocked all his escape routes, and he couldn't dodge. Clang! The sound of a sword rang out, and outside the imperial court, a sword light rushed like lightning, and with a whoosh, it shattered the middle-aged man's sword light. Yi Jingshang, you're quite strong, aren't you? Using the airborne realm to bully my disciple, I dare you to fight with me. Outside the imperial court, a middle-aged drunkard stepped on the void and walked in step by step. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and they were shocked again. Another airborne realm cultivator was able to travel through the air. It's him. Zhu Wudao's expression was particularly ugly. He naturally knew this middle-aged drunkard. It was the person who took Lin Tian away on the streets of the imperial court yesterday. Although Zhu Wudao guessed that the middle-aged drunkard was very strong, he didn't expect that he was actually in the airborne realm, a legendary existence. Most importantly, this person actually called Lin Tian his disciple. In the void, the middle-aged man in yellow looked at an old drunkard and said, "You old thing, you actually took in a disciple. It's none of your business whether I take in a disciple or not." An old drunkard cursed right away. An old drunkard said as he lifted his wine gourd and poured it into his mouth. Everyone stared at this scene, and they were all stunned. How could a legendary airborne realm fighter behave like this. Lin Tian glanced at an old drunkard in the air and immediately moved again, taking a step toward Jiang Renwen. Clang! The light of thunder and fire on the inner spirit sword intertwined, and the air screamed as it slashed. You've got guts! The middle-aged man in yellow's eyes turned cold, and he raised his hand to grab Lin Tian. At this moment, a sword light swept by from the other side and forced him back more than 4 feet. An old drunkard stepped on the void and walked over laughing. As expected of my disciple, an old drunkard. You've got character! Lin Tian closed in on Jiang Renwen, and with a shake of his long sword, a dazzling sword light spread out. You bam! Jiang Renwen had just spat out a word when he was swept away by the sword light, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. How dare you! In the air, the middle-aged man in yellow coldly scolded and raised his hand to grab Lin Tian. Don't be so shameless. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. An old drunkard greeted him. With a clang, an old drunkard didn't have a sword in his hand, but he condensed a sword light that was more than 5 feet wide with his vital essence, and with a wave of his hand, it pressed toward the middle-aged man in yellow. The middle-aged man in yellow's face darkened, and he dodged. The sword light fell on a pavilion area in the distance, and suddenly cut a large hole with a diameter of 7 feet. As for the pavilion that was originally on the ground, it was almost instantly cut into pieces by the sword light. Such a scene immediately caused the group of experts to gasp in unison. How terrifying was such power! At this time, the faces of Zhu Yunqing and Zhu Jianshi became very ugly. They never thought that they would summon 2 legendary airborne realm experts. And one of these 2 people was Lin Tian's teacher. Lin Tian didn't react to the surroundings at all. He closed in on Jiang Renwen and slashed out with his sword. Uft! Blood rose up, and Jiang Renwen was sent flying, unable to resist. Bam! Lin Tian raised his leg and kicked Jiang Renwen in the chest, sending him more than 5 feet away. An old drunkard laughed. Did you see that? My disciple crushed the so-called genius you've taken a fancy to. The middle-aged man in yellow's face darkened and suddenly became very ugly. At this moment, in the imperial palace, almost everyone stopped and stared in the direction of Lin Tian and Jiang Renwen. The expressions on many people's faces were very interesting. In that direction, Jiang Renwen could be said to be very miserable at the moment. He was beaten to the east and kicked to the west by Lin Tian. Not long after, there were bloody marks on his body. Bam! A crisp sound was heard, and once again, Jiang Renwen was sent flying. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He took a step forward and pointed the heart-spirit sword at Jiang Renwen's right arm. Stop! At this time a voice was heard. Lin Tian subconsciously turned his head and looked. At the corner of the Beiyan Hall, a general of the imperial palace came over with a girl in white and walked to Zhu Wudao's side. This girl was Jiyu. Her originally beautiful face looked a little pale at this time, and her body was tied up by an iron chain that was as thick as a baby's arm, which made clanging sounds from time to time. Lin Tian's eyes instantly turned red, and a shocking killing intent came out of his body. The thunder flame sword swept out like the Yellow River, and with a bang, it sent Jiang Renwen flying more than 30 feet away. You're all courting death. Staring ahead, the veins on Lin Tian's forehead bulged, and he looked like a ferocious beast, terrifying. Jiyu, who was tied up by the iron chain, stared at Lin Tian in front of her. Her originally pale face was suddenly filled with joy. I knew that you wouldn't die. I'm here to bring you back. Lin Tiandao, holding the heart, spirit, sword tightly, he stepped forward step by step, and the killing intent on his body swept through the sky like a raging wave. Stop! Zhu Wudao shouted coldly and placed his long saber on Ji Yu's neck. Put down the sword in your hand, or else the saber in my hand might accidentally slit her throat. I think that you definitely don't want to see that scene. Zhu Wudao knew very well that as long as he stopped Lin Tian, all of this would be over. So not long ago, he secretly ordered people to bring Ji Yu out. At this time, it just so happened that it was of great use. Lin Tian stopped in his tracks, and the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. Zhu Wudao, I'll definitely make you suffer a fate worse than death, he said coldly. The heart-spirit sword shook and was directly thrown out by him, piercing into a nearby pillar. Lin Tian, you don't have to listen to him. Ji Yu was anxious. In the sky, an old drunkard looked down and couldn't help but sigh. This little guy is good at everything, but he's too emotional. It's good to be emotional, but in the world of cultivators, this is often a fatal flaw. As he spoke, an old drunkard looked at Ji Yu and suddenly revealed a strange expression. He muttered to himself, "Strange, why does this girl have the aura of the White Lotus Sword Manual? Isn't this the secret of the Valley of the Harp?" P.S. Fifth update. Thank you again to all the brothers and sisters who have subscribed to support. I hope everyone enjoys reading. End of chapter. Chapter 201. An old drunkard was slightly surprised. He stared at Ji Yu while rubbing his chin and frowning slightly. Zhu Wudao pressed the long sword in his hand against Ji Yu's neck. He stared at Lin Tian and said in a deep voice, "Lin Tian, today's matter ends here. I'll return her to you, and this entire matter will be written off. What do you think? If you agree, I'll let her go now. If you don't, I'm afraid it won't do her any good." Zhu Wudao wasn't stupid. He wouldn't think of killing Lin Tian at this time. After all, an old drunkard was standing in the air. He wasn't stupid enough to kill Lin Tian and offend an existence in the airborne realm. Therefore, at this time he could only do this. He hoped that this method could end the chaos in the imperial court. At this time, as long as he stabilized Lin Tian, everything could end. Lin Tian stared at Zhu Wudao. His eyes were as cold as the Grim Reaper's. He said coldly, "Don't think too much." Zhu Wudao's face darkened. "I'll say it again. If you want to buzz." Suddenly, outside the imperial court, lotus petals fluttered and a light flashed over. In the blink of an eye, a beautiful woman appeared in the void. She was around 30 years old and was extremely beautiful. Most importantly, this person had an indescribable temperament. It was the kind of dignity that was naturally formed by being in a high position for a long time. In an instant, everyone in the imperial court was shocked again. This, another existence in the air. "How? What day is it today?" Someone muttered to himself. In just a short moment, 3 legendary existences had appeared. An old drunkard stared at the beautiful woman and opened his mouth. A big figure has come. The yellow-robed, middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. Valley Master of the Valley of the Harp. The beautiful woman stood in the void and looked around. Her eyes instantly fell on Ji Yu. Then, a peerless chill rushed out of the beautiful woman's body. The entire imperial court was shrouded in a terrifying sword intent. "Sister Yu Yu," Ji Yu was pleasantly surprised. Obviously, Ji Yu recognized the beautiful woman, but he didn't know her identity or strength. "You're courting death." The beautiful woman stared at Zhu Wudao and the others with a cold expression. She said the same words as Lin Tian. Zhu Wudao was stunned. His hand that was holding the long saber trembled slightly. At this moment, even a fool could see that the beautiful woman and Ji Yu definitely had an intimate relationship. At this moment, this beautiful woman clearly came for Ji Yu. Lin Tian was also surprised by the appearance of the beautiful woman. However, most of his attention was still on Ji Yu. At this moment, when he saw that Zhu Wudao was in a daze, he instantly moved. As soon as the yin-yang puppet was displayed, his speed was raised to the maximum in an instant. In a flash, he was already in front of Ji Yu. "You!" Zhu Wudao's countenance changed. He could not help but raise his long saber. Lin Tian held onto the blade with one hand, allowing the blood to flow out from his palm, while his other hand smashed towards Zhu Wudao. This punch landed directly on Zhu Wudao's face. With a loud bang, Zhu Wudao was instantly sent flying. Your Majesty! The imperial court general who was escorting Jiyu was shocked and slashed his saber at Lin Tian. Scram! Lin Tian flipped his hand, and a long saber in his left hand flew out like a bolt of lightning. Blood splattered as the long saber cut open the general's throat and devoured his life in an instant. At this moment, Lin Tian finally had time to look at Jiyu. Lin Tian. Jiyu sniffled, but his face was filled with joy. Lin Tian wiped away a teardrop from the corner of Jiyu's eye. He grabbed the metal chain outside Jiyu's body and shook it forcefully. With a crack, the metal chain binding Jiyu instantly split into 4 pieces. It shattered into pieces and fell to the ground with a crash. Are you okay? Lin Tian asked. Jiyu shook his head and said, I'm fine. It's just that my hands are a little numb after being tied up for so long. Hearing this, Lin Tian could not help but clench his fists. Little you, a voice rang out. With a flash of light, the beautiful woman instantly appeared beside him. She grabbed Jiyu's shoulder and sized him up. Only when she confirmed that Jiyu was fine did she let out a long sigh of relief. I'm fine. Jiyu shook his head. It's good that you're fine. When I went to your house, your grandfather was chasing you out. I heard from him that you're under house arrest here, the beautiful woman said. As she spoke, the beautiful woman scanned the surroundings. A cold light flashed in her eyes. Zhu Yunqing and the other 3's faces completely fell. They were extremely ugly and frighteningly pale. At this moment, the 4's hearts were filled with anger. What was this generation's new king doing? How could he provoke so many powerful people? An old drunkard stared at the beautiful woman, looked at Jiyu, and finally looked back at Lin Tian. Hee, my disciple has good taste. He really knows how to bet. Who knows, his little lover might even be the future successor of the Valley of the Harp. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the beautiful woman. His gaze then turned and fell on the Beiyan Hall. There, Zhu Wudao's mouth was bleeding. He looked very miserable. Lin Tian's eyes immediately became very cold. With a wave of his right hand, he took out a long sword from the stone ring. Lin Tian, Jiyu shouted. Stay here. Lin Tian on Dao. As he spoke, he walked step by step into the Beiyan Hall, straight toward Zhu Wudao. What are you doing? Zhu Wudao staggered back, his face extremely pale. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. In a flash, he appeared in front of Zhu Wudao. He raised his left hand and punched out. Bang! This punch was heavy and powerful, landing heavily on Zhu Wudao's chest. With a crack, several of Zhu Wudao's sternum were broken. He was knocked down by Lin Tian's punch in the Beiyan Hall. Lin Tian looked down at Zhu Wudao. He raised his long sword and slashed down mercilessly. Blood splattered. Zhu Wudao's left leg was cut off. Ah! Zhu Wudao screamed. His voice spread out from the Beiyan Hall, causing many people to feel numb. Zhu Yunqing and the others' faces turned ugly. At this moment, there was nothing they could do. They did not dare to move. In the Beiyan Hall, Zhu Wudao's screams continued. His left leg was cut off and blood was dripping. Staring at Lin Tian, Zhu Wudao's eyes were filled with fear and hatred. He threw a punch at Lin Tian. After all, he was the second on the Fengyan list. His strength was still very strong. The power of this punch was enough to make most of the 9th Heaven divine range experts retreat. However, the current Lin Tian could even kill ordinary Sea of Consciousness cultivators. How could he be pushed back by this punch? Puff! Lin Tian waved his sword casually. One of his arms flew out diagonally. Zhu Wudao screamed again. His right arm was gone. Stop, stop. Lin Tian, you didn't lose anything. Stop. I will apologize to the general's mansion. Zhu Wudao shouted. Lin Tian's eyes were frighteningly cold. Like a beast, he raised his long sword again and slashed down diagonally. With a puff, a small blood mark flashed. Ah, my eyes! Zhu Wudao clutched his cheek with his only arm and let out a horrifying scream. At that moment, his eyes had been slashed open by Lin Tian. Blood flowed out from his eyes, causing his entire face to be dyed red. He seemed like a terrifying ghost. Outside the hall, the beautiful woman stared at the scene. She looked at Lin Tianyi with a little surprise. Ji Yu covered his mouth and couldn't help but turn his head. Eyes! My eyes! Zhu Wudao's screams spread all around. At this moment, everyone was shocked by the screams. Many people felt a chill down their spine. I said that I would make you wish you were dead, Lin Tian said coldly. As he spoke, he raised his long sword again. This time, he cut off Zhu Wudao's right leg. Following Zhu Wudao's screams, he swung out 2 more swords, chopping off Zhu Wudao's left arm and directly slashing open his throat. Lin! Ah! Lin! Zhu Wudao opened his mouth. Blood gushed out from his mouth and out from his throat. At this moment, his 4 limbs were crippled and his eyes were blinded. He could only lie on the ground and twitch nonstop. Lin Tian held the long sword tightly in his hand. His eyes revealed a terrifying, murderous aura. He kicked Zhu Wudao's chest fiercely. You want to die? With a bang, the ground of the Northern Flame Hall cracked. Zhu Wudao's spine was also broken. Bright red blood flowed out from his back. It was a ghastly sight. At this moment, Zhu Wudao couldn't even make a sound. It was obvious that he would die soon. Lin Tian moved his right leg away, but his eyes were still filled with a terrifying chill. After a long while, he raised his right hand and held the hilt of his sword. He pressed the sword down fiercely. With a puff, the tip of the sword pierced through Zhu Wudao's heart and nailed him to the Northern Flame Hall. Lin Tian glanced at Zhu Wudao's broken body and took a deep breath. After a few breaths, he turned around and walked out of the hall. Zhu Yunqing and Zhu Jianshir's faces turned deathly pale. Zhu Wudao's voice disappeared. Lin Tian walked out of the Northern Flame Hall. The 4 of them didn't need to think to know what the outcome was. Zhu Wudao was killed. But even so, at this moment, the 4 of them didn't dare to say a word. What could they say now? Almost at the same time, some of the ordinary soldiers also guessed the outcome. Their faces turned pale and their bodies trembled. The new king of Northern Flame Country was killed in the Northern Flame Hall. Lin Tian. Ji Yu greeted him. She didn't dare to look at the Northern Flame Hall because the beautiful woman told her not to look. It was very cruel there. Lin Tian smiled gently. His hands were full of blood. Even his clothes were dyed red. I still have something to do. Wait for me, he said. After finishing his words, he walked to one side, pulled out the inner spirit sword from the pillar, and approached Jiang Renwen. Jiang Renwen's face changed. He immediately held the treasure sword in his hand tightly. Junior, don't be too presumptuous, the middle-aged man in yellow shouted. Good disciple, do what you want. As your master, I will support you. An old drunkard said. In a flash, an old drunkard stood in front of the middle-aged man in yellow. An old drunkard, get out of the way. The middle-aged man in yellow said angrily, if you can defeat me, you will naturally get out of the way. An old drunkard said indifferently, you. The middle-aged man in yellow was furious. The middle-aged man in yellow was very clear about an old drunkard's strength. How could it be easy to win? At this moment, the sword whistled. Lin Tianyi stepped in front of Jiang Renwen and slashed down mercilessly with the inner spirit sword. Jiang Renwen's face changed and blocked with his long sword. Crack! With a crisp sound, the treasure sword in Jiang Renwen's hand was directly cut in half. After that, Lin Tian's sword didn't slow down. He slashed Jiang Renwen's chest, leaving a long bloody mark. End of chapter. Chapter 202. Jiang Renwen groaned. He covered his chest with his left hand and staggered back, several feet. Full text to read, Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He took a step forward and moved 3 feet away. Then he slashed down again. You! Jiang Renwen's expression changed. He quickly retreated. Unfortunately, it was still a little too late. Puff! Blood splattered as Lin Tian's sword landed on Jiang Renwen's right hand, creating a bloody gash. The broken sword in Jiang Renwen's hand immediately fell to the ground with a clang. Lin Tian approached and kicked Jiang Renwen in the chest. Bang! Jiang Renwen flew backward and hit the wall not far away. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. So powerful! In front of the Beiyan Palace, Ji Yu was a little surprised. The beautiful woman stared at Lin Tian and frowned slightly. She also looked a little surprised. The palace was surrounded by soldiers. No one dared to move. They all stared straight ahead. Lin Tian glanced at Zhu Yi in the distance. Then he stared at Jiang Renwen and instantly rushed forward. As the ear-piercing sound of the sword echoed, this time his sword was aimed straight at Jiang Renwen's right hand. Stop! The middle-aged man in yellow shouted. Unfortunately, an old drunkard stood in front of him. This is a fight between peers. Old man, don't make trouble. Get out of the way. The middle-aged man in yellow glared at an old drunkard. His body emitted a strong fluctuation. No way. An old drunkard didn't care. At this moment, Lin Tian had already arrived in front of Jiang Renwen. His heart-spirit sword slashed down mercilessly. I said that I would cut your right hand piece by piece, he said coldly. As he spoke, the sword light had already pressed down. With a puff, Jiang Renwen's right palm was cut down and then shattered in the shocking sword light. Jiang Renwen screamed. His left hand covered his right wrist as blood flowed. In the next moment, another sword hum rang out. Lin Tian's sword once again slashed out, cutting off the tip of Jiang Renwen's right arm from the center. Then he swung his sword again, slashing out a few more times, completely crushing Jiang Renwen's right arm. Ah! Jiang Renwen screamed, his face twisted in pain. When the crowd saw this scene, most of them couldn't help but gasp. How cruel was this method? The yellow-robed, middle-aged man stared at Lin Tian. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he swooped down. Get lost. An old drunkard was not someone to be trifled with. He waved his right hand. There was no sword in his hand, but a terrifying sword chi was released. The middle-aged man in yellow was forced to retreat, and his eyes burned with rage. At this time, Lin Tian once again closed in on Jiang Renwen and swung his sword. The sword wind left streaks of blood on Jiang Renwen's chest, which was a ghastly sight. Senior, save me! Save me! Fear finally appeared in Jiang Renwen's eyes. The current Lin Tian was too strong, and he was no match for him. In the void, an old drunkard suddenly laughed. Woo, this is the genius you found. He actually asked you for help. Ha 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 ha. I, an old drunkard, am dying of laughter. The yellow-robed, middle-aged man's face suddenly turned ugly. Obviously, Jiang Renwen's actions had damaged his reputation. At this time, Lin Tian's sword suddenly became terrifying. The thunder flame, sword momentum, spread out in all directions. Boom! The tyrannical True Yuan swept out in waves. Lin Tian's body was covered in thunder and flame power. Such might caused many people to tremble. A divine pulse realm martial artist? To be able to emit such a tyrannical sword intent? In front of the Beiyan Palace, the beautiful woman was slightly shocked. The yellow-robed, middle-aged man's expression changed. You dare! Why wouldn't I dare? Good disciple, kill, an old drunkard said. Standing in the void, an old drunkard was like an unsheathed sword, blocking all the yellow-robed, middle-aged man's escape. Lin Tian didn't care about the yellow-robed, middle-aged man at all. He coldly raised his sword at Jiang Renwen. It's over. Stop, stop, clang. As soon as the Thunder Flame's sword aura was released, it rushed forward like a thunder flame, dragon roaring. Uft! Jiang Ranwen couldn't avoid it and was instantly cut into pieces. Blood splattered all over the sky. In an instant, the entire Huangting Palace shook again. Jiang Renwen, the number one on the Fengyin ranking list, who was favored by the airborne realm, was killed. Some soldiers stared at Lin Tian and couldn't help but tremble. In the eyes of these soldiers, the slender figure in front of them was too terrifying. He was like the Grim Reaper. Bastard! The yellow-robed, middle-aged man was furious. Suddenly, a terrifying sword qi rushed out of his body. In front of him, Lin Tian mercilessly killed the person he favored. He didn't give him any face at all. Humph! An old drunkard coldly snorted. His sword aura swept out and shook outwards. The two airborne realm powerhouses faced each other. The sword qi and sword aura collided, causing the air to howl. Gusts of wind suddenly appeared, as if a storm was about to come. It shocked everyone. In front of the Beiyan Palace, Jiyu pulled the Latin American woman and whispered something. A strange look flashed across the beautiful woman's eyes. She paused and looked at the sky. Wu Jingshan, that's enough. The person you favored relied on the power of the sect to do whatever he wanted. What happened today is his own fault. Don't embarrass the Seven Mysteries Pavilion. The yellow-robed, middle-aged man's face was already ugly. At this moment, it became even uglier. However, the yellow-robed, middle-aged man didn't say anything. He was obviously afraid of the beautiful woman. You're good. The yellow-robed, middle-aged man coldly glanced at Lin Tian. A murderous look flashed in his eyes. With a flick of his sleeve, he instantly left. Looking at the direction the yellow-robed, middle-aged man left, Lin Tian frowned. A cold look appeared in his eyes. The yellow-robed, middle-aged man was probably thinking of him and wanted to kill him. My good disciple, there's motivation when there's pressure. I have high hopes for you. An old drunkard stood in the air and said. Lin Tian nodded and turned his head, but he stared at Zhu Jianshi and the others. Holding the heart-spirit sword, he approached step by step. What are you doing? Zhu Qingji asked. However, at this moment, Zhu Qingji no longer had the sharpness he had when he first appeared. His face looked very ugly. After all, Lin Tian's master was standing in the air. He was a real airborne realm powerhouse. How could he not be afraid? You're also guilty of indulging your descendants. Lin Tian said coldly, staring at Zhu Yunqing, Zhu Qingji, and the others. He did not hide his murderous intent. Zhu Yunqing's face turned ugly. He said, Young man, you've already killed the new king of the Beiyan royal family, killed the future heir of the Jiang family, and turned the palace upside down. That's enough. Don't go too far. He was the ancestor of the Beiyan royal family, but at this moment, facing Lin Tian, Zhu Yunqing did not have any dignity. You have to pay the price for your wrongdoings. Don't think you can get away with it. Lin Tianling said. You, Zhu Yunqing was furious. The surrounding soldiers were terrified. This person was actually going to make a move on the past powerhouses of the Beiyan royal family. The 4 people from the Matrix Manipulator Guild had smiles on their faces. Each of them faced a sea of consciousness powerhouse. Obviously, they would still support Lin Tian. At this moment, not far away, Zhu Yi ran over. Brother Lin, Miss Ji is considered to be fine. Can we stop here? Zhu Yi said. Staring at Lin Tian, Zhu Yi's voice had a hint of pleading. Lin Tian stopped and frowned slightly. After a slight hesitation, he raised his head and looked at Zhu Yunqing. He said, Promise me 3 things and I'll stop. Zhu Yunqing's face darkened. He said, Okay, say it. It was only 3 things. If it was not too much, Zhu Yunqing was willing to use it to stop this chaos. First, the Beiyan royal family must personally apologize to the relatives of the deceased. Of course, you must also give sufficient comfort to the relatives of the deceased. Lin Tiandao said. Zhu Yunqing nodded. Okay, this was completely acceptable. Second, to clear the old general's name, the four of you must personally go to the old general's residence to apologize to him. Also, after this, announce to the world in the name of the Beiyan royal family that the old general will forever be recognized as the first protector general of the Beiyan country. The descendants of the Beiyan royal family must bow to the old general when they see him. They will be on the same level as the past emperors. Lin Tian said the second condition. Zhu Yunqing's face darkened. This condition is too much. The descendants of the Beiyan royal family must bow to the old general and be on the same level as the past emperors. What was this? In this way, the Beiyan royal family would become the private property of the Ji family. Too much? For decades, when the old general fought for the Beiyan royal family. Why didn't you say it was too much? When the old general's children died at the border, why didn't you say it was too much? When Zhu Wudao did those shameless things, did you think of the word too much? Now you want to mention it. Lin Tianling said. Zhu Yunqing's face darkened. He was speechless. After a moment of silence, Zhu Yunqing gritted his teeth. Okay, I agree to this condition. Lin Tian nodded and looked at Zhu Yi. Third, to appoint the 9th prince as the new emperor. Zhu Yi was a good person and sincerely treated him as a friend. He sincerely hoped that Zhu Yi could become the new emperor. Moreover, as long as Zhu Yi could become the new emperor of the Beiyan royal family, it would be a good thing for his family and friends in the Beiyan royal family. Zhu Yi was shocked and looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. This, Brother Lin, I am not suitable. Zhu Yi shook his head. Lin Tian patted Zhu Yi's shoulder and said, There is no such thing as suitable or not. There is a first step for everything. Then Lin Tian looked at Zhu Yunqing and said, How about it? Do you agree or not? Zhu Yunqing and Zhu Qingji looked at each other and said without hesitation, No problem. These 4 people had lived for a long time and could clearly see that Lin Tian's master, an old drunkard, came from a powerful sect. Lin Tian would definitely go to the sect to cultivate in the future. And it seemed that Zhu Yi and Lin Tian had a good relationship. It was a pure friendship. If Zhu Yi became the new emperor, they might be able to ask Lin Tian for help when the Beiyan royal family was in trouble in the future. This was definitely a good thing. Lin Tian did not expect the 4 to agree so quickly. However, he did not think too much about it. That's good. Then he put away the heart spirit sword. Ancestor, Zhu Yi was a little restless. He was a little panicked when he was suddenly asked to become the emperor of the Beiyan royal family. Don't panic. We will send people to help you. Zhu Yunqing said. P.S. 2 chapters today. I was a little tired yesterday. In a few days, the dragon will release more chapters. Finally, please subscribe. Brothers and sisters who have the conditions to subscribe to support me. Thank you, everyone. End of chapter. Chapter 203. Zhu Yi panicked a little, but after hearing Zhu Yunqing's words, he calmed down. Reading, I believe that you can do it. Lin Tiandao smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that Lin Tian would propose such a condition to the old ancestor of the Beiyan imperial family. Lin Tian patted Zhu Yi's shoulder and looked around. The matter of the imperial court could be considered to have been settled. He nodded slightly at the 4 people from the Array Manipulator Guild to express his gratitude. Then he walked toward Jiyu. Senior. After bowing to the beautiful woman, Lin Tian looked at Jiyu. Jiyu blinked and was a little happy. Lin Tian actually came to the palace for her. Let's go back. Lin Tian smiled. Jiyu nodded. The beautiful woman stood at the side and sized up Lin Tian. She nodded to herself. Sister Yu, do you want to go to my house? Jiyu looked at the beautiful woman. Of course. The beautiful woman smiled and said, Call me master in the future. Jiyu stared at the beautiful woman and blinked. Although she wasn't stupid, She was still curious about her. Let's go. I will tell you later. The beautiful woman smiled. Then the beautiful woman walked forward, leaving some space for Lin Tian and Jiyu. Lin Tian looked at the beautiful woman's back and then at Jiyu. He asked softly, "When did you meet her?" "Oh, 5 years ago," Jiyu said. Lin Tiandao said, "You don't need to think to know that she is an expert from the sect. You actually met her 5 years ago, and she seems to care about you a lot. This means that you were chosen by the sect before Jiang Renwen." Lin Tian smiled. This kind of subconscious, low profile suits you. Ji Yu shook her head and said, "I don't know Sister Yu's strength and identity. 5 years ago we played together. Later on, Sister Yu taught me a sword technique. At that time, I was still young, only 11 years old. I didn't know the value of that sword technique. However, as I cultivated it, I understood that it was very powerful and profound." "Sword technique? Is it the sword technique with lotus petals that you used back then?" Lin Tian asked. Ji Yu nodded. Lin Tian understood. No wonder. When Lin Tian saw Ji Yu use that sword light, he found it very strange because that sword light was really mysterious. It was not until this moment that he realized that Ji Yu was practicing the sword technique passed down by the sex expert. "The two behind you, go back and talk." A voice came from the front. Ji Yu stared at the beautiful woman's back, stuck out his tongue at Lin Tian, and ran forward. Lin Tian Wei was stunned. He didn't expect Ji Yu to do such a thing. He was really cute. TSK, my good disciple, your little lover is really a treasure. She has a powerful background," an old drunkard said. Lin Tian looked up and said, "Can you come down and talk?" "Why should I come down? I'm going to find wine." With that, an old drunkard disappeared in a flash. Lin Tian shook his head. He knew this master's character quite well, so he didn't care and walked out of the palace. Soon, he left the palace and disappeared from everyone's eyes. Let's go. There are other things later. It's just those 3 families. It's just a small matter. There's no need for the president to come this time. But I didn't expect that little brother's master to be an airborne realm expert from the sect, Qin Feng and the other 2 said. With that said, the 3 of them followed the Array Manipulator Guild's president out of the imperial court. Seeing the 4 leave, Zhu Yunqing and the other 3 didn't look too good. But after a while, they could only shake their heads and sigh. Looking around, from the palace to the Beiyan Palace, it was almost completely dyed red with blood. When has the Beiyan Palace ever suffered such a disaster? Zhu Jianshi gritted his teeth. Zhu Qingji and Zhu Pingluo's expressions were also very bad, but they couldn't say anything. All of this was their own fault. Zhu Yunqing shook his head and looked at Zhu Yi. "We'll rely on you in the future. I hope you can govern the empire well." Outside the general's mansion, Ji Yuanshan squatted in front of the gate and looked forward anxiously. At this moment, 3 figures appeared in Ji Yuanshan's vision. They were Lin Tian, Ji Yu, and the beautiful woman. Ji Yuanshan suddenly stood up. "Ji Yu." Ji Yu's face was filled with excitement. He couldn't help but cry as he quickly walked over. "Grandpa." Ji Yu jogged over. Ji Yuanshan looked at Ji Yu from head to toe, afraid that Ji Yu would lose a single strand of hair. This was his most beloved granddaughter, his only family member. When he was paraded on the streets without any explanation, it was also because Zhu Wudao threatened Ji Yu with his life. "I'm fine," Ji Yu said. That's good, Ji Yuanshan said. Then he looked at Lin Tian and the beautiful woman. "Little brother Lin, thank you. And miss you. Thank you for coming to the palace. I will never forget this kindness." Lin Tian shook his head. "Old General, you're too polite." The beautiful woman just nodded and didn't say anything. The 4 of them walked into the general's mansion. Lin Tian glanced at the courtyard and found that the corpses were gone. After thinking about it, Lin Tian guessed that Ji Yuanshan must have buried all the corpses that night. Old general, I've avenged them. Lin Tiandao. Ji Yuanshan trembled. You killed the new king? He deserved to die. Lin Tiandao. Ji Yuanshan trembled even more. Tears overflowed from his eyes. Thank you. Thank you. Lin Tian had barged into the palace, brought back Jiyu, and killed the new king of the empire. Even Ji Yuanshan, a martial artist who had been on the battlefield for a long time, was completely moved at this moment. Other than the word thank you, he really couldn't find any other words. Killing an emperor. Which ordinary person could do it? Who dared to do it? Then Ji Yuanshan was worried. If the new king was killed, the anger of the imperial family could be imagined. He knew that there were many strong warriors in the imperial family. Don't worry, those people won't have any objections. Everything will be fine. Lin Tiandao. He naturally knew what Ji Yuanshan was worried about. Ji Yuanshan was a little surprised, but he trusted Lin Tian and immediately calmed down. After returning to the general's mansion, Ji Yu was also a little sad. The entire general's mansion had been destroyed. Although those people weren't blood relatives, they had lived together for so long and naturally had feelings for each other. The dead are gone. Don't be sad. Lin Tian comforted him. Time passed by, and night soon enveloped the land. Little you, let's talk. In the main hall, the beautiful woman said. Okay. Ji Yu stood up and looked at Lin Tian. The beautiful woman glanced at Lin Tian and hesitated for a moment. Since you're an old drunkard's disciple, there's no harm in coming together. Immediately, Ji Yu led the beautiful woman and Lin Tian to her room. After entering the room, Ji Yu walked toward the window. His expression changed slightly. You're looking for these two things? Lin Tiandao. With a wave of his right hand, he took out the cloud star flower and the booklet from the stone ring. Ji Yu's face lit up. He took the cloud star flower from Lin Tian and put it back. Then he took the booklet. However, just as he held the booklet, his expression changed. That you read it? Lin Tian was a little embarrassed. I couldn't help but flip through it. Then you know everything. Ji Yu's face reddened. Lin Tian scratched his head. Yes, I know. Ji Yu's face was as red as a tomato. He clenched his fists and asked, Then what do you think? Just as she said, when they met again, she wanted to tell him everything. Naturally, she also wanted to understand Lin Tian's feelings. Lin Tian was stunned for a moment. He continued to scratch his head and said, I'll take responsibility for you. Really? Ji Yu's face lit up. Really? Lin Tian said seriously. Ji Yu was very happy. He suddenly felt very relaxed and a little shy. Don't treat me like air. You can talk about love in private later. There was a dry cough. Ji Yu paused and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Even Lin Tian felt a little embarrassed. That's enough. The beautiful woman shook her head and found a seat for herself before she gazed at Ji Yu and said, Right, little you. That sword technique I passed down to you that day has a total of 9 levels of domain. What level have you attained in it? 4 for levels. Ji Yu was a little embarrassed, like a child who had done something wrong. The beautiful woman was moved. For levels? Well, it's too difficult. Ji Yu whispered. The beautiful woman smiled bitterly. Too difficult? That was the secret of the Valley of the Harp. It was a combination of cultivation methods, martial arts, and body movements. It was at the airborne realm. To be able to cultivate this sword technique to the 4th level at the 8th level of the divine range, there had never been such a person in the history of the Valley of the Harp. Shaking her head, the beautiful woman looked at Ji Yu and Lin Tian. She seemed to be reminiscing, but also seemed to be deliberately telling it to the two. She said, 5 years ago I went out to the mortal world to train my mind. While walking in the imperial city, the back of my hand was scratched. It happened that you saw it. With that, the beautiful woman smiled and looked at Ji Yu. She said, This girl dragged me to the general's mansion to wash my hands and apply medicine. At that time, I found it very interesting. After that, I simply stayed in the general's mansion for a period of time. Thinking about it, it was about 3 months. During those 3 months, I became this girl's playmate. However, it was also during these 3 months that I found this girl's aptitude was really amazing. I have never seen someone with such aptitude in decades. 9-star talent? Lin Tian asked. 9-star talent? That kind of thing has nothing to do with true aptitude. It may be able to speed up cultivation in the early stages, but after reaching the sea of consciousness realm, this kind of thing has no meaning at all. After all, the experts of the sea of consciousness realm already have the power of divine sense and can easily perceive the existence of spirit chi. The beautiful woman said, the so-called aptitude refers to comprehension, which is also a person's potential. It is not something as superficial as 9-star talent. Lin Tian was moved. So it was like this. Thinking about it this way, the sect was really not an ordinary place. It should be known that a 9-star talent was called a monster in the secular world. But in the eyes of the experts of the sect, it was just a superficial thing. The beautiful woman stared at Jiyu and said, seriously, You may have guessed my origin, but it should not be complete. Let me put it simply. 5 years ago, when I left, I taught you a sword technique called the White Lotus Sword Technique. It is the secret sword technique of the Valley of the Harp, one of the 4 great sects of the Heaven Domain. It is a sword technique that only the candidate of the Valley of the Harp is qualified to practice. And I am this generation's master of the Valley of the Harp. In the future, I will be your master. End of chapter. Chapter 204. Lin Tian was shocked. He stared at the beautiful woman and said, You're the Valley Master of the Valley of the Harp. No one heard what the middle-aged man in yellow said when he saw the beautiful woman in the imperial court. Lin Tian and the others only guessed that the beautiful woman was an expert from a sect. They didn't expect her to be the master of the Valley of the Harp, one of the 4 great sections. Her background was quite impressive. After thinking about it, Lin Tian suddenly understood why an old drunkard told him that Jiyu's background was quite impressive. She was actually valued by the master of the Valley of the Harp many years ago. No pop-up window, Jiyu blinked and stared at the beautiful woman in surprise. Sister Yu, so you're the Valley Master of Sect. Jiyu was surprised. The beautiful woman smiled and said, You must be happy. I, the master of the Valley of the Harp, played with you for a few months back then. Jiyu suddenly felt a little embarrassed. However, thanks to you, my cultivation has improved a little after that. The beautiful woman smiled. That's good. That's good. Jiyu was also quite embarrassed. When she was young, she actually dragged the master of a sect into her residence. Because Ji Yuanshan was often on the battlefield, she was so bored that she dragged him to play with her for 3 months. Hearing this, Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Thinking about it, this was really interesting. He could even imagine the embarrassment on the beautiful woman's face at that time. By the way, Senior, what do you mean by the Valley Master candidate? After a pause, Lin Tian asked. I'll bring Xiaoyu to the Valley of the Harp to cultivate as the next Valley Master candidate, the beautiful woman said. As she spoke, she looked at Jiyu and smiled. In terms of talent, none of the young people I've seen can compare to Xiaoyu. I believe that the next Valley Master will definitely be Xiaoyu. Lin Tian was moved, but he quickly felt relieved. To be honest, Jiyu's talent was indeed amazing. He recalled the scene when Jiyu brought him to the small market. Jiyu actually subconsciously treated him as an ordinary person. It was really rare. Even now, he couldn't do it like Jiyu. Go to the sect. Jiyu looked at the beautiful woman hesitantly. The beautiful woman patted Jiyu's head and said softly, Don't worry, and don't worry. Master is here. Moreover, the Valley of the Harp has always only accepted female disciples. Xiaoyu is so beautiful. Ji, you looked at Lin Tian. The beautiful woman said helplessly, "You don't have to worry about that. He will also go to the sect, the Burning Sun sect." Ji Yu was overjoyed. He looked at Lin Tian and said, "Really?" "Yes, I just found a master." Lin Tian smiled. "That's great." Ji Yu was happy, but he soon looked worried. He shook his head and said, "But I still can't. The people in the house are all gone. Only Grandpa is left. If I leave, Grandpa will be very lonely." Lin Tianwei was stunned. The beautiful woman was also stunned. Children have grown up. They have to walk their own path. If you can walk ahead of your peers, your grandpa will be very happy, the beautiful woman said. Lin Tian nodded and said, "Old General will definitely insist that you leave." The night was very long. In Ji Yu's room, the beautiful woman talked about many things about the sect. Lin Tian and Ji Yu learned a lot. After the night, the beautiful woman did not leave. Instead, she stayed in the general's residence. She came here to take Ji Yu back to the Valley of the Harp. Naturally, she had to leave with Ji Yu. Imperial City, Jiang family. Be asterisk starred. An angry roar sounded in the Jiang family. The head of the Jiang family was almost crazy. He already knew what happened in the imperial court. Jiang Renwen was killed. He thought that the Jiang family could rely on Jiang Renwen to rise to fame. But now, everything disappeared like a spark. Family head, what should we do? That Lin Tian has the support of the Array Manipulator Guild. He also has the support of an airborne realm expert. Someone murmured. The head of the Jiang family was stunned. What should he do? Kill Lin Tian for revenge? It was simply impossible. Until now, such thoughts were nothing more than a joke. He was someone who had even broken through the imperial court, someone who was capable of killing cultivators of the Sea of Consciousness, and someone who had the backing of the Matrix Manipulator Guild and an airborne realm being. What could the Jiang clan possibly do? At this moment, the only thing left in the Jiang family was anger and hatred. Almost at the same time, the Lung family and the Duan family fell into anger, shock, and fear. At first, the dozens of divine range experts they sent out were all killed by Lin Tiansha. But now, Lin Tian even broke through the imperial court. With the support of the Array Manipulator Guild and an airborne realm expert, they actually provoked such a person. Time passed by as usual, minutes and seconds ticking by. Lin Tian and Ji Yu had been staying in the general's mansion. Together with Ji Yuanshan, they cleaned up the destroyed general's mansion. As for the beautiful woman, she was like a dragon that was rarely seen. Basically, she could only be seen at night. Soon, 3 days passed. On this day, Zhu Yunqing, Zhu Jianshi, Zhu Qingji, and Zhu Pingluo went to the general's residence to apologize to Ji Yuanshan. They apologized in front of the graves of all the people who were killed in the general's residence. Then, on the second day, a voice sounded in the imperial city. It came from the Beiyan royal family, and it was shouted by members of the royal family. The former crown prince was muddle-headed, rebellious, and framed the loyal. He is now removed from the throne. The Beiyan royal family apologizes to old General Ji Yuanshan. Also, General Ji Yuanshan is the first protector general of the Beiyan country. He is on the same level as the previous emperors of the Beiyan country. He has the right to punish the new emperor. He will be respected by everyone in the Beiyan country forever. As soon as this voice was heard, it shocked the entire imperial city. Sure enough, the old general was wronged. Didn't I say so? How could old General Ji do something so treacherous? Bah! Why didn't you say this earlier? You didn't say it either. This, in the imperial city, many people were discussing. Some were happy, some were ashamed. It was also at this time that the back of a young man appeared in many people's minds. That day, on the streets of the imperial city, a young man faced the new emperor of the Beiyan country alone and took Ji Yuanshan away. The change in attitude of the Beiyan royal family, could it be because of that young man? Someone mumbled to himself. No matter what, the imperial city was boiling with shock, excitement, and excitement. When Ji Yuanshan was captured, no one said anything. However, most of them knew that Ji Yuanshan was wronged. They just didn't dare to say anything. After all, the one who captured Ji Yuanshan was the new emperor of the Beiyin country. Now that Ji Yuanshan's injustice was cleared, these people were naturally happy. Ji Yuanshan had sacrificed a lot for the people. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. On this day, the Beiyin royal family announced that the 9th prince, Zhu Yi, would be the new emperor. The 9th prince. I think I've heard of him. He's quite a casual person. He seems to be the youngest prince, right? Why would the youngest prince be the next emperor? Strange. In the imperial city, many people were curious. Of course, they were just curious. At the end of the day, who the Beiyin royal family would choose to be the next emperor didn't affect the ordinary people. Zhu Yi's coronation ceremony was very simple, but also very grand. It was simple because the ceremony wasn't as luxurious as the previous emperors. After all, chaos had just broken out in the imperial court. It was grand because this time the old ancestor of the Northern Flame imperial family, Zhu Yunqing, personally put on the crown for Zhu Yi. This was an honor that the other emperors had never enjoyed before. Good luck, Lin Tian said to Zhu Yi. Lin Tian naturally came to participate in Zhu Yi's ceremony. I'll try my best. Zhu Yi scratched his head and felt a little embarrassed. Just try your best. As a person, you just have to be true to your heart. Lin Tian smiled. Zhu Yi nodded heavily. Lin Tian patted Zhu Yi's shoulder and walked out of the imperial city with Ji Yu. Zhu Yunqing and the other 3 looked at Lin Tian's back and sighed. Throughout history, the royal family has always been ruthless. For the sake of the royal family, everything can be sacrificed. Although I feel hatred and anger towards this young man, I have to say, you have made a good friend. Zhu Yunqing sighed. Zhu Yi was stunned and stared at Zhu Yunqing. Cherish it, Zhu Yunqing said. As he spoke, Zhu Yunqing left the Northern Flame Palace and disappeared in a flash. Cherish it, Zhu Jianshi said. As he spoke, Zhu Jianshi and Zhu Qingji also left the Northern Flame Palace. Zhu Yi looked at the 4 of them leave, and his eyes were filled with solemnity and seriousness. Definitely, Lin Tian and Ji Yu returned to the general's residence. The moment they stepped into the residence, they felt a violent surge of true yuan. It was as if there were bolts of lightning roaring. The aura was so strong that it was terrifying to the extreme. The 2 of them followed the true yuan and rushed to the backyard. They saw a man and a woman facing each other, and there were small bolts of lightning in the middle. Master, an old drunkard. Ji Yu and Lin Tian were both shocked. The man and woman were precisely the old drunkard and the beautiful woman. The 2 of them stood facing each other, and only strands of powerful winds were blowing between them. Sword intent interweaved like bolts of lightning, and they slashed out numerous sword marks on the ground. The might they revealed caused even Lin Tian to be horrified. After 10 breaths, the aura of the 2 of them finally stabilized. Only then did Lin Tian and Ji Yu let out a sigh of relief. An old drunkard, what are you doing? Lin Tian asked. An old drunkard shrugged. Nothing much. We're just testing our sword qi. Can't we go somewhere else to test our sword qi? Lin Tian was speechless. The yard was in a mess again. He and Ji Yu had spent a long time tidying it up. The beautiful woman stared at an old drunkard and said with a frown, Everyone thought that you had fallen. Everyone underestimated you. With your current strength, I'm afraid you're not much weaker than the Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect. Speaking of which, I'm very curious. Why did the Sword Immortal of the Burning Sun sect give up the position of sect leader? Sword Immortal? Lin Tianyi was shocked. He looked at an old drunkard and said, Old man, I didn't know you were so powerful. An old drunkard slapped Lin Tianyi. Can't you be more polite to your dear master? An old drunkard didn't forget to pour wine into his mouth. Lin Tian, why? We were friends in the past. You can tell me. The beautiful woman said. An old drunkard shrugged. Sect leader is too troublesome. Are you satisfied with this answer? You tricked me. The beautiful woman's face darkened. Look at what you're saying. You're the master of the Valley of the Harp. How would I dare? An old drunkard said. The beautiful woman was furious. She raised her hand and a white lotus sword light appeared. My good disciple, I'm going to look for wine. 1 month later, I'll come to take you to the sect. Remember, an old drunkard faced Lin Tiandao. Lin Tianji felt his vision blur. In the next moment, an old drunkard's figure disappeared. He didn't even see how an old drunkard moved. The beautiful woman raised her hand and waved it, and the sword light shattered with a sizzling sound. Ji, you moved to the beautiful woman's side. Master, it's fine. The beautiful woman smiled. Lin Tian stepped forward, thought for a moment, and asked, Senior, are you very familiar with an old drunkard? You don't call him master? The beautiful woman frowned. He asked me to call him an old drunkard. Lin Tiandao. The beautiful woman nodded. This is quite in line with his current temperament. His current temperament. Lin Tianwei was confused. He wasn't like this in the past. The beautiful woman said, You can ask him about the specific situation when you have time. End of this chapter. Chapter 205. Lin Tian wanted to ask more, but the beautiful woman didn't want to say more. She left after saying, Go ask him yourself. This made Lin Tian speechless. After all, his interest had been piqued. No pop-up window. I'll help you ask some other day. Gee, you blinked. That's not necessary, Lin Tian said with a smile. If he really wanted to know about an old drunkard, he could ask him himself. In the next few days, Lin Tianyi stayed in the general's residence to cultivate. When he reached the 9th level of the divine range, he didn't have time to consolidate it because he was in a hurry to save Jiyu. Now that he had some free time, it was the right time. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On this day, Lin Tian walked out of the general's residence. His spirit had improved a lot, and his cultivation had been completely consolidated. It's time to do the final cleansing. A cold light flashed in his eyes. It was winter. Although there was a sun in the sky, the temperature wasn't high. The air was still very cold. Lin Tian walked out of the general's residence and walked on the street, following a predetermined direction. It's him, the one who used to walk with Miss Ji, the young man who kidnapped old General Ji not long ago. A young hero. On both sides of the street, many people stared at Lin Tian with reverence. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He didn't care about the discussions and gazes of the people on both sides of the street. His footsteps were steady. Soon, he arrived in front of a huge residence. Imperial City, Jiang family. With a cold expression, a long sword appeared in Lin Tian's hand as he stepped forward. In front of the Jiang family residence, there were 2 strong cultivators standing guard. Their cultivations were both at the 7th level of the refinement realm. When they saw Lin Tian walk over, their expressions immediately changed. You, Lin. The 2 of them pointed their spears at Lin Tian, but they couldn't stop trembling. Lin Tian was expressionless as he walked forward step by step. The 2 trembled and pointed their spears at Lin Tian. Although they were afraid, they still roared and charged at Lin Tiansha. Clang! With a swing of the sword, 2 streaks of blood gushed out and 2 corpses fell down. Lin Tian's pace did not change as he stepped into the Jiang manor. There were many passers-by outside the Jiang residence. After seeing this scene, everyone was shocked and couldn't help but gasp. What is this for? This is one of the 3 strongest martial arts families in the Northern Flame country. He actually came here to kill people. No one knew that Lin Tian had broken into the palace. After all, the royal family would never allow this news to spread. At this moment, seeing that Lin Tian had actually stepped into the Jiang family's inner area alone, all of these people turned pale with fright, their eyes wide open. Within the Jiang family, someone had naturally discovered Lin Tian's intrusion. A divine range expert appeared and stared at Lin Tian in shock and anger. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people gathered in the Jiang family's courtyard. Each of them held a sword in their hands and glared at Lin Tian with hatred in their eyes. "Lin Tian, how dare you come here?" The divine range expert roared in anger. Jiang Ranwen had been chosen by the sect, and originally, the Jiang family could have used this opportunity to rise in status once again. But who would have thought that Jiang Ranwen would be killed by Lin Tian, and the Jiang family's hope of rising up was crushed in the cradle? How could the Jiang family not hate Lin Tian? "I have already broken into the imperial court. What is your Jiang family?" Lin Tian said coldly. The divine range expert's face was filled with anger, and viciousness appeared in his eyes. "Attack together and kill him." Everyone in the Jiang family knew that Lin Tian was a mortal enemy that could not be resolved. Instantly, dozens of people rushed towards Lin Tian. Most of them were divine range cultivators, and their eyes were filled with killing intent and hatred. At the same time, more people rushed out from every corner of the Jiang family, and all of them rushed towards Lin Tian. "Close the door!" Someone shouted. Lin Tian was surrounded in the center, but his expression was still calm. As expected, only death awaits. Lin Tian muttered to himself. In fact, he didn't want to kill too many people. He originally thought that he would let some of the ordinary Jiang family's disciples go if he could. However, at this moment, as he looked at the Jiang family's disciples one after another, he directly crushed that thought in his heart. These people's killing intent and hatred towards him were too strong. He would never leave a threat to himself, his family, and friends. "Kill!" The Jiang family disciples roared. Finally, someone rushed forward. Lin Tian's expression was cold. His right hand shook, and the azure thunder sword chi swept in all directions. Dazzling blood splattered in all directions, and the people who rushed forward were instantly turned into corpses on the ground. Now he could even kill ordinary sea of knowledge experts, and even break into the imperial court. How could these ordinary Jiang family disciples be a match for him? They couldn't even block one of his moves. Clang! Another sword chime was heard. The azure thunder sword chi slashed out and cut a third sky divine range expert in half. The divine range commander's expression changed. He roared and rushed towards Lin Tian personally. This person was at the peak of the 8th sky divine range. He held a spirit weapon sword and performed the Ice Soul sword technique. The sword chime was terrifying. "Get lost!" Lin Tian's expression was indifferent as he slashed out with his sword. With a swoosh, the Ice Soul sword chi was instantly shattered, and the person's head flew out. Lin Tian stepped into the Jiang family's courtyard as if he was entering an uninhabited land. Everywhere he passed, only corpses fell under his feet. Soon, he killed his way from the Jiang family's outer courtyard to the inner courtyard. "Lin Tian!" A roar was heard. The Jiang family had appeared, and his eyes were filled with crazy hatred. "Do you have the right to hate me?" Lin Tian mocked. "Jiang Renwen wanted to steal my green spirit weapon and failed. Then, your Jiang family sent people to assassinate me in the imperial courtyard. Then you ambushed me in the Beast Devil Ridge and forced me down the cliff. At this time, your Jiang family looks like you've been wronged. Do you still want your face?" The Jiang family head's face was ferocious. Obviously, he didn't want to listen. He roared, "Kill him!" As he spoke, a large group of people rushed out from behind the Jiang family head. These people were the elites of the Jiang family, and all of them were divine range experts. Humph! Lin Tianlong smiled. Now he was invincible under the spiritual sea realm. No one could stop him. The inner spirit sword shook, and the azure thunder sword chi swept out. Puff, puff, puff. The large group of people who rushed forward were suddenly blown away. They all spurted blood. The rest were blown back by the sword wind. They were all shocked. You, the Jiang family head, stared at Lin Tian. He was furious and shocked at the same time. Do you think that I was lucky to be able to break into the imperial court? Lin Tianlong said, holding the azure thunder sword. He pressed forward step by step. Powerful sword chi lingered around his body. Young man, you're too arrogant. An old voice sounded. Behind the Jiang family head, an old man appeared. He was emitting a powerful aura. Ancestor. The Jiang family head bowed. The Jiang family's ancestor waved his hand and stepped forward. My Jiang family has existed for so many years, but this is the first time someone has killed his way here. Staring at Lin Tian, the Jiang family's ancestor's gaze turned vicious, not bothering to conceal his killing intent. You're just a useless family. Do you really think you're so great? Lin Tian's expression was cold. The Jiang family head's eyes became even colder. He took a step forward and chopped at Lin Tian with his hand. Old man, why don't you take a rest first? A figure rushed out from behind Lin Tian. The vice president of the Array Manipulator Guild, Qin Feng, appeared and blocked the Jiang family head. Qin Feng, what are you doing? The Jiang family head's expression changed. Obviously, the Jiang family head knew. The Jiang family head recognized Qin Feng. To be honest, there weren't many people in the imperial city who didn't know who Qin Feng was. The expressions of the Jiang family head and the others changed. They didn't expect the vice president of the Array Manipulator Guild to be involved. Although they had heard that the Array Manipulator Guild was behind Lin Tian when he charged into the imperial city, they didn't expect that someone from the Array Manipulator Guild would help Lin Tian charge into the Jiang family. When your Jiang family bullied my Array Manipulator Guild's genius, we didn't ask you what you wanted to do. Qin Feng said calmly. You, the Jiang family head, was furious. At that moment, Lin Tian moved. He took a step forward and slashed his sword in all directions. Ah! Screams rang out. There were many experts in the Jiang family, but how could they compare to the imperial city? Now, Lin Tian used the azure thunder sword technique. He was like a human-shaped lightning bolt. Every time he slashed out, someone would fall. Pooh! 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 Blood flowed, and soon the ground was dyed red. To the Jiang family, this was a day of calamity. The experts in the family were killed one by one. Bastard! The Jiang family head roared. His eyes were red. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. All of this is your own fault. Lin Tian's expression was calm. Lightning and fire intertwined on the inner spirit sword as he slashed forward. The bright lightning and fire sword light was like lightning. It was extremely fast and instantly pierced through the Jiang family head's heart. The Jiang family head coughed out blood. The light of life in his eyes dimmed and he fell to the ground. Family head! A Jiang family head shouted in shock and anger. The Jiang family head was even more furious. The Jiang family head was his grandson. Ah! The Jiang family head roared and charged at Lin Tian. Unfortunately, he couldn't break through Qin Feng's defense. Lin Tian glanced at the Jiang family head. His expression was cold as he looked at the other Jiang family disciples. You! Facing Lin Tian's gaze, the Jiang family disciples trembled and couldn't help but retreat. However, these people still held onto their weapons tightly. The murderous intent and ferociousness in the depths of your eyes have never decreased. Lin Tianling said. He had cultivated the Heavenly One Soul mantra, and his soul force was astonishingly strong. Naturally, he could sense the fluctuations in the emotions of these Jiang clan disciples. He would definitely not spare these people who harbored murderous intent toward him. No matter how many massacres they committed, he would kill them. Being kind to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. It was being cruel to one's family and friends. Lin Tian wasn't stupid. He wouldn't be cruel to himself, let alone his family and friends. Clang! The sword hummed. He shook the inner spirit sword. With one slash, hundreds of swords were born. Blood splattered on the ground. Screams intertwined in the air. Lin Tian was expressionless. He stepped forward like the god of death, killing the Jiang family disciples one by one and destroying the pavilions one by one. 2 hours later, the Jiang family was completely silent. Blood dyed the surroundings red. Ah! The Jiang family head watched all this but couldn't stop it. He couldn't help but let out a roar. Lin Tian glanced at the Jiang family head indifferently. Solitary lock pattern scrolls and martial fusion pattern scrolls appeared in his hands. He calmly set up a sword array. He could now kill an early-stage spiritual sea expert, but he was obviously no match for a second-stage spiritual sea expert. He could only rely on the formation control technique to set up a sword array. An hour later, he looked at Qin Feng and said, "Senior, it's done." Qin Feng nodded and slapped at the Jiang family head. The Jiang family head raised his hand to meet the attack, but he was knocked back into the sword array set up by Lin Tian. "It's your turn," Lin Tian said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved his mind. Beams of dazzling sword energy suddenly soared into the sky. End of chapter. Chapter 206. The imperial city shook, and streaks of sword energy quickly gathered above the Jiang clan's head to form a cloud of swords. The great ancestor of the Jiang clan was visibly shaken. "What is this?" The sword energy in the sky was too dense and too terrifying. Even though the great ancestor of the Jiang family had an astonishing cultivation base, he could not help but feel his heart tremble. There were too many energy swords. The thing that killed you. Lin Tian's expression was cold. As soon as he finished speaking, the boundless sword force immediately shot toward the Jiang family's great ancestor. Sword chimes clanged, extremely ear-piercing as they fell one after another. Boom! This was a powerful force. Even though the great ancestor of the Jiang family had a powerful cultivation base, he still paled in the face of so many sword forces. One had to know that these sword forces were Thunderflame sword lights that were activated by Lin Tian with sword markings, and their might could be said to be terrifying to the extreme. Qin Feng stared at this scene and was also moved. This is the power of the solitary lock rune, to actually be able to gather the martial fusion markings together to form such a sword formation. How terrifying. Staring ahead, even Qin Feng, a rank 5 array controller, could not help but feel shocked. Clang! The great ancestor of the Jiang clan displayed the frozen soul sword technique, and his power was much stronger than that of the others in the Jiang clan. He slashed forward one after another, but the sword matrix laid out by Lin Tian was too terrifying. The dense sword rays rained down like rain. The great ancestor of the Jiang clan, who had a second level of the spiritual sea, was immediately forced to dodge again and again. Even with the help of his divine sense, he was still in a difficult situation. Humph! Lin Tianling chuckled and rushed forward as well. He used the yin-yang hua to the extreme. The true spirit sword shook, and the thunder fire sword light swept out in all directions. The great ancestor of the Jiang family was already in a sorry state. Now that Lin Tian had personally attacked him, coupled with the dense thunderflame sword aura above his head, the great ancestor of the Jiang family was in a desperate situation. In the blink of an eye, he had been struck several times, and blood was flowing from his body. The outcome has been decided. Qin Feng said to himself. The truth was just as Qin Feng had said. Although the current Lin Tian's true combat strength was far inferior to the Jiang clan's ancestors, with the help of the sword formation, he firmly occupied the upper hand. Another hour passed, and the sword light in the Jiang family began to weaken. Ah! The Jiang family's great ancestors' angry roars could be heard from time to time, causing the air to tremble. Your Jiang family asked for it. Lin Tianling said calmly. He raised his left hand and punched out with the fist of Nirvana. Almost at the same time, all the energy swords in the sky moved together, emitting a cold light. The great ancestor of the Jiang family was injured by the fist of Nirvana, and a transparent bloody hole appeared in his abdomen. Then, the dense sword rays fell and drowned him like a raging tide. Beast, beast! The great ancestor of the Jiang family was covered in blood, and his aura had become extremely weak. At this moment, the Jiang family's great ancestor was lying on the ground. He was barely breathing, and it was obvious that he had suffered severe injuries. Lin Tian also had some traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. Even with the help of the sword array, he still suffered some minor injuries. After all, the cultivation of the Jiang family's great ancestor was already at the second level of the sea of consciousness, which was much stronger than him. Holding the inner spirit sword, he walked step by step to the front of the Jiang family's grand ancestor. He slowly raised the sword and slashed down mercilessly. Pooh! The Jiang family's great ancestor's head flew off at an angle. Qin Feng silently watched this scene. After that, he walked outside. From now on, the Jiang family was completely destroyed. Lin Tian took out a vital essence pill and spat it into his abdomen, allowing his vital essence to recover on its own. After that, he glanced at the Jiang family's great ancestor and the head of the Jiang family. Both of them were wearing a stone ring. He did not stand on ceremony. He took off the 2 stone rings and put them away. After glancing around indifferently, Lin Tian walked outside. When he arrived at the outer courtyard, Qin Feng was waiting for him. What's next? Qin Feng asked. The Duan family. Lin Tian on Dao. Qin Feng nodded and smiled faintly. He jumped onto the side wall of the Jiang family and disappeared in an instant. After all, he was the vice president of the Array Manipulator Guild. Although he had promised to help Lin Tian, he still had to worry about some consequences, so he would not walk out from the front door. Lin Tian naturally understood and did not care. He directly pushed open the door of the Jiang family. He would not have any worries. With a creak, the door of the Jiang family was pushed open. Lin Tian's clothes were stained with blood as he slowly walked out. Under the surprised gazes of many people, his expression was calm. He lifted his leg and walked in the other direction of the imperial city. Soon, he disappeared from everyone's sight. At this time, outside the Jiang family, everyone was stunned. Some were even trembling. This? Corpses, all corpses. Hee. A strong smell of blood spread out from the Jiang family and floated in the air. Everyone looked forward and saw corpses lying in the courtyard of the Jiang family. Blood dyed every inch of the ground red. The scene could only be described with one word: tragic. He destroyed the Jiang family? Someone muttered to himself in fear. Lin Tian's body was stained with blood. Walking on the streets of the imperial city like this would more or less cause people to be frightened. However, he did not care. His expression remained calm. Not long after, another huge mansion appeared in front of him. Imperial City, Duan family. Who is it? Station. Lin Tian. The people guarding outside the Duan family were shocked. Clang! The sound of a sword rang. Lin Tian directly raised his hand and waved his sword. He stepped into the Duan family. He had no enmity with the Duan clan from the start, but Duan Bo had targeted him time and time again. The Duan clan had even sent out experts to help Jiang Renwen kill him, and sent experts to kill him outside the general's manor. This enmity had to be resolved. Lin Tian. A roar sounded in the Duan family. Lin Tian looked indifferent. He just waved his sword mercilessly. Clang! The sound of the sword rang, and then it became terrifying. Compared to the Jiang family, the Duan family and the Lung family had sent dozens of divine pulse experts to kill Lin Tian. The power of the family had been weakened too much. They were far inferior to the Jiang family. The ancestor of the Duan family was only at the first level of the spiritual sea, much weaker than the ancestor of the Jiang family. With the help of Qin Feng, how could the current Duan family stop Lin Tian? After more than 2 hours, all the sounds disappeared. Lin Tian looked indifferent as he walked out of the Duan family. Qin Feng still left from the Duan family. After that, Lin Tian walked toward the Lung family under the horrified eyes of the onlookers outside the Duan family. The 3 major martial arts families of the imperial city were not far from each other. Soon, Lin Tian arrived outside the Lung family. Without hesitation, Lin Tian cut open the door of the Lung family with an indifferent expression. He walked in as if he was walking on flat ground. Screams soon sounded in the Lung family mansion. The Lung family strength was even weaker than the current Duan family. After several failed attempts to assassinate Lin Tian, there were only a few experts left. Some guests left early after knowing that Lin Tian had succeeded in breaking into the imperial court. These people knew that Lin Tian had a grudge with the Lung family. They did not want to be enemies with Lin Tian now. The current Lung family was strong in appearance, but weak in reality. Puff, puff, puff. Blood splattered. Lin Tian's expression was numb. The sword in his hand kept reaping lives. These people all had deep killing intent and hatred for him. Although he did not want to kill too much, he still had to kill. Lin Tian, you deserve to die. You deserve to die. I hate you. The head of the Lung family roared. You have no right to hate me. Lin Tian said indifferently. With a wave of the thunder flame sword, the head of the Lung family's head flew out. Qin Feng blocked the old ancestor of the Lung family alone. At this moment, he stared at Lin Tian and could not help but feel a chill. Young man. Qin Feng sighed. In the past, wasn't he also a hero of an area? He cultivated both the martial path and formations and had countless halos above his head. But now, when he stared at Lin Tian, he could only sigh. He wasn't as strong as Lin Tian and wasn't as ruthless as Lin Tian. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing and echoed in the sky. Half an hour later, the old ancestor of the Lung family lay in a pool of blood, dead under Lin Tian's sword. Everything is done. I'm going back to the guild. Welcome to the guild as a guest. Qin Feng said. With that, Qin Feng jumped onto the wall of the Lung family and disappeared in front. Lin Tian nodded in the direction where Qin Feng left. He put away the stone rings of the old ancestor of the Lung family and the head of the Lung family. He also put away the weapons on the ground that had reached the level of spirit tools into the stone rings. Only then did he walk out of the Lung family and leave this place. A gust of wind blew past, and the thick smell of blood became a little thinner. In the air, an old drunkard looked down at the Lung family. Then he looked at Lin Tian's back. A cultivator grows up amidst blood and slaughter. The fragrance of wine floated in the air. An old drunkard's figure had already disappeared without a trace. On this day, the imperial city was in an uproar. The Jiang family, the Duan family, and the Lung family, the 3 most powerful martial arts families in the northern Flame Country, were all destroyed in one day. Who did it? That Lin Tian, the young man who was with Miss Ji, the person who kidnapped old Jiangjun that day. Yes, is he so terrifying? Voices rang out in the imperial city. Many people came to the door of the 3 martial arts families and looked inside, wanting to see for themselves. Then they were all scared pale. Some women even vomited on the spot. In the Northern Flame Royal Palace, Zhu Yi also received the news. At first he was shocked, then he became serious. Men, seal off the 3 families. Don't let anyone get close. Quickly get rid of them. Standing up, Zhu Yi said to the door. Yes, Your Majesty. A voice sounded outside the door. A dense crowd gathered outside the 3 major martial arts families. Many people were discussing animatedly with shocked expressions on their faces. Not long after, the imperial army arrived and dispersed the crowd. They completely sealed off the three major martial arts families and sent powerful soldiers to guard outside the three major martial arts families, forbidding anyone from approaching. Lin Tian had naturally left the three great clans long ago and was currently at the Array Manipulator Association. It was the same room as before. Lin Tian, Qin Feng, Jin Buwei, and Nie Yun were all inside. This time, thank you for your help. Lin Tian Ondao. After saying that, he used his soul power to imprint the original form of the Silence Lock rune and Gale rune and handed it to Qin Feng. However, what surprised him was that Qin Feng actually waved his hand. The president said that since he is a guest of the guild and for the sake of loyalty, we should help. Qin Feng said. Lin Tian was slightly taken aback. However, he shook his head and said, Lin Tian is very grateful for your kind intentions. However, since Lin Tian has made a promise to you, I naturally have to fulfill it. This is the basic principle of life. Chapter 207. Lin Tian was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Reading, following Qin Feng, he soon arrived at a room on the second floor of the association. President, he's here. Qin Feng said to the room. With a creak, the door opened by itself. Go. Qin Feng smiled at Lin Tian, then turned and left. Although Lin Tian was surprised, his expression was calm as he walked into the room. The room was decorated simply, exuding an ancient aura. There was a round wooden table in the middle, and an old man about the same age as Qin Feng was sitting at the table. Seeing Lin Tian arrive, the old man smiled. Sit. Greetings, senior. Lin Tian bowed slightly, then sat down. Little guy, you're very polite. The old man smiled and said, My surname is Ding, and my name is Qianren. I believe you already know my identity. I'm the president of the Imperial Cities Array Manipulator Association. I would like to ask the name of your teacher. Of course. I'm the teacher who taught you the array manipulation technique, not the flight manipulator from that day. Lin Tianwei was stunned. Ding Qianren called him here just to ask this question, but thinking about it, he wasn't too surprised. I'm very sorry, senior. I don't know the name of the teacher who taught me the array manipulation technique. That teacher only taught me the array manipulation technique, then disappeared, saying that he would find me again after I reached the Sea of Consciousness realm. Lin Tian Ondao. He had experienced this kind of thing several times, so it was easy for him to deal with it. Ding Qianren was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Your teacher's requirements are really high. Senior, did you call me here just to ask about this? Lin Tian asked. It's just a casual question. Ding Qianren shook his head. He looked at Lin Tian and said, All these years you are the most outstanding array manipulator I have ever seen. Soon, you will be heading to the sect to train. Before that, there are some matters regarding array manipulators that I wish to discuss with you. After all, it may be difficult to see you again in the future. Lin Tianwei said doubtfully, Senior, please speak. It might be a little early to talk about this with you. Just treat it as listening to a storytelling session. Pausing for a moment, Ding Qianren continued, With your aptitude, I think you might be able to enter the second heavenly layer in the future, or even the upper heavenly layer. Currently, in the upper heavenly layer, the array manipulator faction seems to be plotting something. They're trying their best to rope in some powerful array manipulator faction. In the future, if someone tries to rope you into some unknown array faction, you absolutely must not go. Lin Tianyi was shocked. Ding Qianren actually knew about the 10 Directions celestial domain, and he even knew what happened in the upper celestial domain. Seeing Lin Tian's expression, Ding Qianren more or less guessed what Lin Tian was thinking. He said, I naturally know about the matters of the 10 Directions sky domain. You don't need to be confused. After all, I'm also a Tier 6 array manipulator. As for what I'm telling you, it's something I know from an incomplete ancient book. Whether it's true or not, I'm not sure. I'm just mentioning it to you. After all, it's rare to see a young man with your talent and ability. I don't want you to be hurt. Lin Tian understood. So that's how it is. Thank you for your reminder, Senior. Lin Tiandao. No need for that. I also said that it's still too early to talk about this with you. It's hard to say when you'll be able to enter the second heavenly layer. After all, there's a problem with the door from the first heavenly layer to the second heavenly layer. Moreover, your teacher might know about this matter. Maybe I'm just doing something unnecessary. Ding Qianren said, You're too kind. Lin Tian is very grateful for Senior's kind intentions. Lin Tian said seriously. Ding Qianren smiled, stood up, and said, Let's end our conversation here. If it's convenient, why don't we have a meal together? Lin Tian nodded. It would be rude of him to refuse such a kind invitation from an elder. All right, let's go. Ding Qianren smiled. The food at the Array Manipulator Guild was simple, but it tasted good. Lin Tian had a simple meal in the guild, then stood up and bid farewell. He left the Array Manipulator Guild and walked towards the general's residence. Walking on the streets of the imperial city, Lin Tian frowned slightly. He thought about what Ding Qianren had said to him. Was the Array Manipulator Guild in the upper heavenly layer really plotting something? What exactly were they plotting? After thinking about it, he shook his head. Forget it. He wasn't even sure when he'd be able to enter the second heavenly layer. There was no point in thinking about it now. When he returned to the general's residence, there was a girl in white standing in front of the door. It was Jiyu. You're back. Seeing Lin Tian, Jiyu walked up to him. Ji, you naturally knew about what happened in the imperial city. She had been waiting for him here. Sorry to have kept you waiting again. Lin Tian was a little embarrassed. Thinking about it, he had already made this girl wait for him many times. It's fine. Ji smiled and said, By the way, have you eaten? I ate at the Array Manipulator Guild. Lin Tian smiled. Oh, that's good. I was worried that you would go hungry. Ji said. Lin Tian smiled. He was more or less touched. The sky was already very dark. Lin Tian and Ji talked for a while, then went back to their rooms to rest. The sky was getting darker and darker. Lin Tian sat cross-legged in his room, silently channeling the 4 extreme scripture. Suddenly, a faint silver light curled up and enveloped his body. Gradually, more than 2 hours passed. His aura suddenly became a little chaotic. The true origin in his body seemed to have turned into a violent beast, crazily attacking. Buzz! The silver light vibrated. Gradually, a bloody aura seeped out of his body. His body could not help but tremble. Soon, his aura became more and more violent. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes became a little chaotic. At this moment, a figure silently appeared in the room and placed his right hand on Lin Tian's back. Calm your heart, focus, and abandon all distracting thoughts. The person said. This person had a strong smell of alcohol. Naturally, he was an old drunkard. Immediately, Lin Tian calmed down a little. Lin Tian closed his eyes and channeled the 4 extreme scriptures seriously. With the help of an old drunkard, his aura gradually calmed down. In this way, another 2 hours passed. His aura completely stabilized. Only then did an old drunkard retract his right hand and walk to the side alone. How do you feel? An old drunkard asked. Lin Tian stared at an old drunkard, shook his head, and said in a low voice, I've killed too many people. Over the past few days, he had broken into the imperial palace and annihilated the 3 great martial arts families. At least 1,000 people had died at his hands. At his current age, even though his mental state was far superior to his peers, after killing so many people, his mental state would still be somewhat shaken. Killing people was not a game. Start over. Do you still want to kill? An old drunkard asked. Kill. Lin Tian said calmly. An old drunkard stared at Lin Tian. Lin Tian answered without hesitation, Why? There is no why. Lin Tian said indifferently, Little guy, you're really stubborn. Why are you being so stubborn with your master? An old drunkard said, You still have a sister and a friend. Soon you will leave the imperial city to cultivate in a sect. You don't want to bring a threat to your sister and friends because of some uncertain factors, right? As your master, I know some things about you. Lin Tian turned his head, not wanting to say more. An old drunkard walked over and squatted beside Lin Tian. He put his arm around Lin Tian's neck and said, Little guy, we are master and disciple. Why are you being so stubborn? If you have any troubles, tell your master early. If I hadn't been watching you, you would have been crippled tonight. An old drunkard, I finally found a beloved disciple. If you were to be crippled, I would die of sadness. The smell of alcohol is too strong. I don't like it. Lin Tiandao. Oh, little guy, you're still shy. An old drunkard laughed. Lin Tian was a little embarrassed. This old guy, he didn't know how to behave. An old drunkard put his arm around Lin Tian's neck as if they were old friends. Little guy, do you know why I value you? Talent? Knowing how to control formations? That's all nonsense. What I really like is your character. Ha! For the sake of righteousness, for the sake of breaking into the imperial palace, for the sake of his little lover, for the sake of killing the emperor, for the sake of his friends and family, for the sake of his family and friends. Who would dare to do that? But I, an old drunkard's disciple, dare. An old drunkard took a big gulp of liquor. He seemed very proud. That night, Lin Tian and an old drunkard chatted for a long time. Originally, he wanted to ask about an old drunkard's past, but in the end he didn't. From the situation between the beautiful woman and an old drunkard that day, an old drunkard clearly didn't want to talk about it. Lin Tian thought that this old guy was actually a person with a lot of stories. In the early morning, an old drunkard disappeared early, saying that he was going to look for liquor. He only left a note for Lin Tian. In about 20 days, I'll come here to take you to my sect. In these 20 days, think about what else you have to do. Finish what you have to do as soon as possible. Don't leave with any regrets when you leave. Lin Tian squeezed the note and walked out of the door. Now the cold winter had passed. There was no more snow falling from the sky, replaced by a warm sun. Lin Tian came to the courtyard and faced the rising sun. As he breathed in and out, his state of mind became calmer. Now that he thought about it, last night was really dangerous. At that time, he operated the 4 extremes meridians, and his mind was full of bloody faces. If an old drunkard hadn't arrived in time, he might have broken down because of too many killings. At that time, he would have been crippled. Killing is ultimately not a good thing, but this is the world of cultivators. Lin Tian stared at his fists. When he thought about it this way, although cultivators were powerful, the world of cultivators was too cruel and too difficult. Lin Tian, a voice sounded. Not far away. Jiyu walked over. Lin Tian tilted his head and stared at Jiyu, showing a gentle smile. Morning. He greeted him. It's not early. The sun is high in the sky. Jiyu chuckled and came to Lin Tian's side. After a pause, he gently tugged at the corner of Lin Tian's clothes and said, Well, I'll accompany you for a walk, okay? Jiyu was very smart. She knew that Lin Tian had killed too many people in the past few days. She also knew that it was more or less a heavy burden for a 16-year-old boy. Therefore, she wanted to accompany Lin Tian to relax at this time. Lin Tian thought for a moment and said with a smile, Okay, wait a moment. I'll go and prepare. Jiyu was overjoyed and immediately ran to the house. P.S. I wrote a few thousand in the morning, but I was not satisfied, so I deleted and rewrote. I wasted a lot of time, and then it was even slower. Sorry. Also, the second update will be around 7:00 in the evening. End of this chapter. Chapter 208. When Jiyu came out again, she had changed into a very beautiful long dress. Lin Tianwei was stunned. Why are you dressed so beautifully? He asked curiously. Jiyu curled her lips. She felt that Lin Tian was really stupid. All right, let's go. With that, Ji Yu walked forward. Lin Tian nodded and followed Ji Yu. They walked side by side. Miss, take care. Please be careful when you go out, a servant girl said in a crisp voice. Not long ago, the imperial family sent many servants to the general's residence. Now, there were many people in the general's residence. Lin Tian walked out of the general's residence and looked back. Suddenly, she felt that she had found a home here. What's wrong? Ji Yu asked. Lin Tian shook her head and smiled. Nothing. The two of them walked around the imperial city and then outside the city. Because Lin Tian was not very familiar with the outskirts of the imperial city, Ji Yu led Lin Tian on the way. Occasionally, they would walk through a quiet forest, and her mood would become much calmer. When the sky was completely dark, the two of them returned to the general's residence. How do you feel? Ji Yu blinked. Pretty good. Lin Tian smiled. Today he had been to many places with Ji Yu. He was very relaxed and enjoyed this kind of peace. That's good. Let's go again tomorrow. Ji Yu said. Lin Tian naturally would not refuse. She nodded in agreement. In the next few days, Lin Tian and Ji Yu went out for a stroll every day. They didn't cultivate or do anything else. They just went for a simple stroll. They went to the small market in the imperial city, went to the small forest outside the imperial city, and even went to some small villages near the imperial city. They felt as if they had become ethereal. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. On this day, Lin Tian left the general's mansion. He found a fast horse and headed for Fengjian City. He had been in the imperial city for a few months, and soon he would have to go to the sect to cultivate. He didn't know how long this trip would take, so he had to go back and see Lin Shi. The horses left the imperial city, kicking up a cloud of dust. About 4 days later, a medium-sized city appeared in front of Lin Tian. It was Fengjian City. I'm back again. Lin Tian revealed a smile on his face. After entering Fengjian City, he entrusted the horses to a stable and then walked in a certain direction. This is Lin Tian from the Lin family. I heard that he went to the Northern Flame Imperial Academy to cultivate. Now he has returned. On the streets, many pedestrians were pointing and gossiping. A few months ago, Lin Tian's name spread throughout the entire Fengjian City. No one in the city didn't know him. Lin Tian did not care about this and calmly walked forward. Soon, he arrived in front of a huge mansion. It was the Nine-Yang Martial House. Staring at the gate of the Martial House, Lin Tian had a nostalgic look. Although many things had happened, overall this place was very warm. After pausing for a while, he lifted his leg and walked in. The Nine-Yang Martial House was as usual. It was very quiet and many disciples were walking around. Soon, someone recognized Lin Tian. This, Lin Tian, junior brother Lin. Looking at Lin Tian, many people rubbed their eyes hard. When Lin Tian was still in the Nine-Yang Martial House, his fame and reputation were extremely high. He was respected by many disciples, especially the new disciples of the same batch. They even regarded him as their idol. At this moment, although these disciples did not know why Lin Tian had suddenly returned, many of them still waved at him kindly. Lin Tian naturally would not be arrogant. He nodded back at these people. Lin Tian was quite familiar with the Nine-Yang Martial House. He followed a small path and soon arrived at a relatively quiet courtyard. There was a small courtyard. This was the place where Elder Mu Qing lived. Of course, Mu Qing basically lived in the Elder Pavilion. This place could be considered Su Shu's private residence. He had come here once before going to the Imperial City. At this moment, Lin Tian arrived. He pushed open the small gate outside the courtyard and walked in. There was a rather large house in the courtyard. He came to the door and knocked. Creak! Just as his hand landed on the door, the wooden door opened by itself. It was actually not tightly shut. Lin Tian was a little speechless. He kept feeling that this last Su Shu was too unguarded. Since the door was already open, Lin Tian did not knock and simply walked in. Creak! Almost at the same time, the door of another room in the same house was pulled open. A young girl, wrapped in a headscarf, walked out. Her body was still wet, with only a thin layer of gauze covering her body. Her graceful figure was incomparably clear and very alluring. Obviously, this young girl had just finished bathing. For a moment, the young girl was stunned. She stared at Lin Tian. "Yo, Sushu. Long time no see." Lin Tian greeted her awkwardly. Sushu stared at Lin Tian. She was first happy, then embarrassed and angry. She grabbed a wooden chair and threw it at Lin Tian. "Go to hell." The wooden chair spun and shot towards Lin Tian with a strong force. Second layer of the divine vein? Lin Tian was shocked. He moved his right hand and caught the wooden chair. "Sushu, you have become stronger." He smiled. Sushu was so angry that she was trembling. "Pervert! Pervert! Shameless! Shameless! Get out now!" Lin Tianyi was speechless. Only then did he remember that Sushu was naked. Sorry. He quickly exited the room and carefully closed the door behind him. Returning to the courtyard, Lin Tian felt helpless. Sushu didn't even know to close the door when she was bathing. However, he didn't know that this was the residence of the elders. No one dared to approach as unscrupulously as he did. At this moment, outside the courtyard, an old man and a young girl walked over. Lin Tian looked over, and his eyes lit up. The old man and the young girl were Mu Qing and Lin Shi. Lin Shi grabbed Mu Qing's hand and looked very happy. "Xiaoxi." Lin Tian quickly went up to greet them. Originally, Lin Tian thought that Lin Shi was with Sushu and should be in this small courtyard at this moment. He didn't expect that Lin Shi would actually go out with Mu Qing. Mu Qing held Lin Shi's hand and looked up when he heard the voice. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. "Lin Tian." Lin Shi was even more so, incredibly happy, directly running over. "Brother." The little girl, wearing a small green dress, threw herself into Lin Tian's arms and cried happily. Lin Tian was happy, but also felt a bit sad, as well as a bit ashamed, carefully wiping away Lin Shi's tears. "Little brother, you're back." Mu Qing walked over. "Hello, senior." Lin Tian bowed to Mu Qing and said, "I just came back and came here." "You miss your family?" Mu Qing smiled faintly. Lin Tian was a little embarrassed and said, "Senior, I've made a fool of myself." "No, it's normal," Mu Qing said. Seeing Lin Tian again, Mu Qing was also a little happy. He had always had great expectations for Lin Tian. Lin Tian patted Lin Shi's little head and looked at Mu Qing. "Xiao, she has troubled you. Don't mention it. The little girl is very obedient. I like her very much." Mu Qing waved his hand and said, "Coincidentally, I went to watch some disciples of the martial house practice today, so I brought the little girl along. I think that in the future, the little girl will still be on the path of cultivation. Now that I've seen her, I'll treat it as an early nurturing of the martial realm. Thank you, senior, for your kindness," Lin Tian said seriously. Since entering the Nine-Yang martial house to cultivate, Mu Qing had always taken special care of him. Now he was also so good to Lin Shi, which made him very grateful. "You're treating me as an outsider." The little girl and Sushu hit it off very well. "I'll treat it as having another little disciple." Mu Qing smiled. Lin Tian scratched his head, feeling even more moved in his heart. With a creak, the door opened. Sushu had changed into a new set of clothes. She walked out of the room, her face flushed. "Master, Xiaoxi, you're back." Seeing two more people in the courtyard, Sushu was also surprised. Lin Shi waved at Sushu and said happily, "Sister Su, Big Brother is back." Sushu glanced at Lin Tianyi and snorted, her face turning even redder. "I'm sorry, that was a misunderstanding," Lin Tian said awkwardly. Sushu turned her head and took Lin Shi away, completely ignoring Lin Tian. Lin Tian blushed with sweat and felt even more embarrassed. "Little girl, what's wrong?" Mu Qing was curious. "Nothing at all," Sushu said word by word, dragging out her words. Mu Qing felt helpless and said to Lin Tiandao, "This girl, I can't control her." Lin Tian felt that he had no right to speak, or Sushu would glare fiercely at him. So he simply didn't say anything. It was noon, and Lin Tian happened to come back. So Sushu followed Lin Shi to prepare lunch. Lin Tian stayed in the courtyard with Mu Qing. "How do you feel in the imperial city?" Mu Qing asked Lin Tian. "Not bad." Lin Tian smiled. Not long after, Sushu and Lin Shi prepared the meal. It was fragrant and bland, very good. After the four of them had lunch, Lin Tian and Sushu cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks together. Not long after, Sherdong heard the news and rushed over. "Little guy, I haven't seen you for a few months, but you're more energetic." Sherdong said heartily. "Not at all. I can't compare to Senior Shi." Lin Tian said modestly. Sherdong and Mu Qing stared at Lin Tian, and Mu Qing asked with a smile, "Little brother, how's your cultivation now?" Lin Tian scratched his head and said with a smile, "I just reached the 9th level of the divine range not long ago." 9th level of the divine range? Mu Qing and Sherdong looked at each other and were a little surprised. They hadn't seen Lin Tian for a few months, and he had reached such a level? Sushu stared at Lin Tian. "Are you sure?" Lin Tian smiled and said, "Do you want me to show you, just like before?" "Yes." Sushu stared at Lin Tian. Lin Tian was amused. His aura shook, and suddenly the true origin of the 9th level of the divine range spread out. Such an aura moved Sherdong and Mu Qing. "This Zhen Yuan fluctuation has already surpassed our 2 old bones." Sherdong smiled bitterly. Sushu's eyes widened, and she exclaimed that Lin Tian was abnormal. In just a few months, Lin Tian had reached the 9th level of the divine range from the 2nd level of the divine range. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this cultivation speed was the first in history. Mu Qing and Sherdong stared at Lin Tian and nodded with gratification. They had always thought highly of Lin Tian. Now that Lin Tian had achieved such an achievement, they were very happy. "By the way, little guy, did you come back this time just to see Lin Shi?" Mu Qing asked. Hearing Mu Qing's words, the others looked over. Lin Tian rubbed Lin Shi's head and said, "I've left the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard and will soon go to the sect to cultivate. This time, I did come back to see Lin Shi and Sushu. At the same time, I also wanted to visit the 2 seniors before leaving." End of chapter. Chapter 209. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Mu Qing and Sherdong's faces abruptly changed as shock filled their eyes. "Sect." Sherdong stared at Lin Tian. Not only were Mu Qing and Sherdong's cultivation extraordinary, but they were also knowledgeable. Naturally, they knew about sections. "Yes, that's right." Lin Tian nodded. Mu Qing and Sherdong looked at each other and finally calmed down. The gratification on their faces deepened. Good, good, good. We didn't misjudge you. In less than a year, you've already grown to such a level. From the Nine-Yang Martial House to the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard, you're about to enter a legendary sect." However, Sushu was curious and asked what a sect was. Lin Tian didn't hesitate and briefly told her about the sect. After hearing his words, Sushu's eyes widened. "You." Sushu didn't know what to say. In just a few months, Lin Tian had reached such a level and caught the eye of an expert from a sect. "I'm just lucky." Lin Tian smiled. Lin Shi tugged at the corner of Lin Tian's clothes, raising his head and saying quietly, "Big brother, you're going to leave again." Lin Tian stared at Lin Shi and didn't know what to say. "I'm sorry, Xiaoxi." Brother, don't worry about Xiaoxi. She will be happy with Sister Su." Lin Shi said. Before Lin Tian could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lin Shi. Hearing Lin Shi's words, Lin Tian felt even more guilty. However, no matter what, he couldn't bring Lin Shi with him to the sect. Just like when he was in the Imperial City, he encountered danger time and time again. If he brought Lin Shi with him at that time, he didn't know what would happen. Now that he was going to the sect, the competition in the sect might be more intense than in the Imperial City. It was even more inappropriate for him to bring Lin Shi there. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of Xiaoxi," Su Shu said. Mu Qing and Shi Dong also nodded, smiling. Obviously, they wanted to reassure Lin Tian. Lin Tian was even more grateful for this. In the afternoon, Mu Qing and Shi Dong went to the Elder Pavilion to handle some matters in the martial house. Only Lin Tian and the other two were left in the courtyard. "Brother, are we going out to play?" Lin Shi said, staring at Lin Tian. The little girl's eyes lit up with anticipation. Sure, Lin Tian naturally wouldn't refuse. Thinking about it, she was now 9 years old. Unknowingly, he felt that the little girl had grown taller. On the same day, Lin Tian walked out of the Nanyang martial house with Lin Shi and Su Shu. He accompanied the two of them to stroll around the streets. Just like before, it was actually Su Shu who brought Lin Shi out to play. He was basically just helping her carry things. After all, he didn't know how to stroll around the streets, nor did he know how to play. However, when he walked through Fengjian City streets like this, quite a few people cried out in alarm. Many people stared at him, all of them feeling a wave of alarm. After all, what he did in Fengjian City a few months ago was extremely shocking. "Why don't we go outside the city?" he suggested. Su Shu glanced around, thought for a moment, and said, "Okay." There weren't many people outside the city. Although it wasn't lively, it was very quiet. The three of them walked in a small forest outside the city. There were no demonic beasts in the forest, only some ordinary animals and some ordinary flowers. The atmosphere was quite good. Soon the sky darkened. The three of them returned to the Nanyang martial house. Lin Tian sent Su Shu and Lin Shi to the small courtyard. "Why are you standing outside?" Su Shu asked. "I'm going to live over there." "You haven't changed your residence yet, have you?" Lin Tian ondao. Su Shu thought for a moment. The martial house hasn't recruited new students yet. Naturally, it's still there. Lin Tian nodded. After bidding farewell to Su Shu, Lin Tian followed the familiar path and quickly arrived in front of a small house. Looking at the small house, Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. He had lived here for a few months. Shaking his head, Lin Tian pushed open the door. Because no one had lived in the house for a few months, there was a lot of dust. Lin Tian simply cleaned up and sat down in the previous room. Taking a deep breath, he began to circulate the 4 extreme scriptures. On the path of cultivation, one had to be diligent at all times. Buzz! A faint silver light lingered around his body, making him look very ethereal. After about 2 hours, he stopped. After pausing for a moment, Lin Tian took a few deep breaths and took out a few stone rings. These stone rings were obtained after he killed the 3 great martial arts clans of the Imperial City. At that time, because he killed too many people, his state of mind was greatly affected, so he didn't have time to organize them. Now that his state of mind was much better, he remembered. "Let's see what's inside." Lin Tian muttered to himself. The stone rings worn by the 3 great martial arts clans' patriarchs and ancestors should have a lot of good things inside. As his true essence seeped into a stone ring, Lin Tian discovered that the space inside the stone ring was shockingly large. It was more than 60 cubic meters, which was 4 times larger than the stone ring he was wearing now. This made Lin Tian's eyes light up. In this way, he could exchange for a more spacious stone ring, which was naturally a good thing. After a short pause, Lin Tian took out all the items in the stone ring. After sorting them out, he found that the items inside were really extraordinary. Not to mention the spirit pellets and medicinal herbs, there were also nearly 10 million spirit coins. There were even 3 spirit tools and a treasure tool. The value of these items could be said to be astonishing. When all these items were put together, they were worth tens of millions of spirit coins. Of course, this wouldn't tempt Lin Tian. What Lin Tian cared about the most was that he found a cultivation method and many martial arts techniques. The Lung family's penetrating rainbow, sword technique, and soul-chasing puppet. This is the Lung family's stone ring. Lin Tian muttered to himself. The penetrating rainbow, sword technique, and soul-chasing puppet were both Sea of Consciousness realm martial arts techniques. Their value was immeasurable and couldn't be bought with money. Lin Tian nodded and took out the other stone rings. After that, he found the Duan family's rushing yuan technique, which was a Sea of Consciousness realm cultivation method. At the same time, there was also a set of Sea of Consciousness realm martial arts technique, which was very extraordinary. When he opened the last two stone rings, he found the Jiang family's cold soul sword technique and some other cultivation methods and martial arts techniques. They were all extraordinary. After all, they were the inheritance methods of the three major martial arts families. It's not bad. It's a good harvest. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He calculated the value of the things inside these space rings. It was difficult to measure the value of the things inside. After a pause, he took off the stone ring on his hand and replaced it with the Jiang family stone ring. This stone ring was larger than the Lung family stone ring, with a total of 80 cubic meters. He removed some useful things from his stone ring and placed them in the Jiang family stone ring. Then he put it on his hand and put the other things inside. After doing all this, Lin Tian heaved a sigh of relief. He did not cultivate and lay down to rest. In the next few days, Lin Tian accompanied Su Shu and Lin Shi. They walked around Fengjian City, and at the same time they walked in and out of the Green Mountain outside Fengjian City 7 times. On this day, when they returned to the Nanyang Martial House, Lin Shi fell asleep because she was a little sleepy. Lin Tian glanced at her through the crack of the door, his eyes filled with gentleness. "Hey, don't look." Su Shu curled her lips. Lin Tian smiled, closed the door, and walked towards Su Shu. "Oh, right, I have something for you." Lin Tian Dao. As he spoke, he took out 3 small books. They were the Rushing Yuan Technique, the Cold Soul Sword Technique, and the Soul-Chasing Puppet, all of which were at the Sea of Consciousness realm. Su Shu glanced at them and was shocked. She could naturally understand the value of these books. The Nanyang Martial House should not have Sea of Consciousness realm cultivation techniques or martial techniques. These are for you. You can cultivate them now, and when you reach the Sea of Consciousness realm, you will be able to use their full power. Lin Tiandao. Previously, he had spent quite a bit of time copying a few copies of these cultivation methods and martial skills. "You rascal! Where did all these things come from?" Su Shu was a little surprised. Sea of Consciousness realm cultivation techniques and martial techniques were priceless in the Northern Flame country. They could not be bought even if one had the money. "I snatched them." Lin Tian smiled. As he spoke, he took out a long sword from his stone ring and passed it to Su Shu. "This is a prized artifact. Although it's only a mid-grade prized artifact, it's enough to increase your combat strength by 50%. Su Shu stared at Lin Tian. "I also snatched it." Lin Tian smiled. Su Shu rolled her eyes, but she did not pursue the matter. She took the long sword happily. These things were enough to make a small martial arts family jealous and shocked. "I won't thank you," Su Shu said playfully. Lin Tian smiled. "How can I let you thank me? These things cannot compare to what you have done for me. You are old. This senior sister is in her prime. Don't talk nonsense." Su Shu snorted. Lin Tian felt even happier and his mood improved. The next day, Lin Tian Sun visited Mu Qing and Sherdong. He gave the penetrating rainbow sword art to Mu Qing and the Duan family's Sea of Consciousness realm spear art to Sherdong. Of course, He also made a copy of the origin rushing art for each of them. This made Mu Qing and Sherdong surprised and happy. They had already reached the peak of the divine range and lacked sea of consciousness, realm, cultivation techniques, and martial techniques. Another day passed. Lin Tian walked out of the Nanyang Martial House and came to the largest auction house in Fengjian City, Yibao Pavilion. Little brother Lin. The middle-aged man in Yibao Pavilion was surprised. I am looking for Xian Yao and Old Pooh. Are they on the second floor? Lin Tian asked. Yes. I will lead the way. The middle-aged man quickly said. No need. I will go by myself. Lin Tian on Dao. Lin Tian came to the same room on the second floor. He knocked on the door. Come in. A graceful and pleasant voice came from inside. Lin Tian smiled and pushed the door open. Inside the room, Pushi and Xian Yao were discussing something. Old Pooh, Xian Yao. Lin Tian greeted with a smile. When he was in Fengjian City, Xian Yao gave him a lot of convenience. When he went to the imperial city, she gave him the silver token of the clan lord candidate temporarily. He was very grateful. Returning to Fengjian City, he naturally had to come here to take a look. Pushi and Xian Yao raised their heads and were shocked to see Heavenly Empress Lin. Little brother Lin, when did you come back to Fengjian City? Pushi was surprised. I just came back not long ago. Lin Tian smiled. In the next instant, Lin Tian felt a fragrance wafting over. Xian Yao walked over and hugged his arm. Her entire body was pressed against his body. Her graceful figure was extremely alluring. She said in a sweet voice, My good little brother, we haven't seen each other for a few months. Did you miss Big Sister? End of chapter. Chapter 210. Lin Tian blushed with shame and didn't know how to answer. Reading, so cute. Xian Yao smiled and stepped back. Pushi waved to Lin Tian. Little brother, have a seat. I didn't expect you to come back here. Lin Tian nodded and sat down at the side. I just came back and will leave soon. Before I leave, I came to see you, he said. You have a conscience. My love for you was not in vain. Xian Yao smiled. Lin Tian. After meeting again a few months later, Lin Tian felt that their relationship was better, and they chatted casually. Speaking of which, my good brother, you made a big fuss in the imperial city. Xian Yao said, as the richest merchant family in Beiyan, the Xian family naturally had a strong intelligence network. Xian Yao had already known what Lin Tian did in the imperial city from Xian Qingyan, breaking into the imperial court, annihilating the 3 great martial arts clans. Xian Yao was truly shocked when she heard this. After all, this was too shocking. It's okay. Lin Tian smiled. You call it okay? Little brother, this is a sign of pride. Xian Yao rolled her eyes. Lin Tian was a little embarrassed. How did he become proud? By the way, I'll give this back to you. He took out the silver token and handed it to Xian Yao. Now he didn't need it. How is it? Is it effective? Xian Yao smiled. It's very effective. Lin Tiandao. Walking into the imperial city, he found that Xian Yao was the eldest daughter of the richest merchant family in Beiyan. When he was in Treasure Loft, this thing did bring him a lot of convenience. Really? Have you thought about how to thank me? Xian Yao blinked. Lin Tianyi smiled and said, Of course. As he spoke, he took out a stone ring and handed it to Xian Yao, saying, There are many martial skills, cultivation methods, and pills in here, ranging from the body refining realm to the spiritual sea realm. Your Xian family was originally a wealthy merchant family. Giving this to you should be able to make your Xian family become a strong martial arts family. Is this gift okay? Xian Yao was startled, her expression turning solemn. Taking the stone ring, Xian Yao infused her jinqi into it and scanned it, only to be shocked once more. The Lung family's penetrating rainbow, sword technique, and other martial techniques. Xian Yao's eyes lit up. Beside him, Pushi was also moved. Little brother, this is too precious. Lin Tian shook his head. It's nothing. He had no use for these martial skills and cultivation methods, but giving them to Xian Yao would be of great help. He had already thought about it. Relying on these martial arts techniques, Xian Yao would definitely be able to sit firmly in the Xian clan's position. Then, she would let the Xian clan's disciples cultivate and become the #1 martial arts clan in the imperial city. In this way, after he left the Beiyan kingdom, Lin Shi's safety would be more guaranteed. He believed that Xian Yao would definitely take special care of Lin Shi. Such a precious gift, I don't know what to say. Xian Yao sighed. This gift was indeed precious, unimaginably precious. No need to thank me. We are friends, aren't we? Lin Tian smiled and said. Xian Yao stared at Lin Tian, then smiled and showed a coquettish look again. Then I won't stand on ceremony. As she said, Xian Yao put away the stone ring. With Xian Yao's intelligence and knowing what happened to Lin Tian in the imperial city, she knew that the stone ring was of little value to Lin Tian. By the way, I heard that you were chosen by an airborne realm cultivator from a sect. Pushi suddenly said. Lin Tian nodded and said indeed. Soon, I will leave the Beiyan kingdom and go to a sect to cultivate. This time, I came back to say goodbye to everyone. He was not surprised that Pushi knew that he was chosen by a sect cultivator. After all, many people in the imperial city already knew. Pushi was one of the Xian clan's capable men. Although he was in Fengjian city, he would naturally know what happened in the imperial city. Brother, you're really amazing. You're only 16 years old, but you're already so accomplished. Pushi sighed. Elder Pushi, you flatter me. Lin Tian smiled and said. Lin Tian stayed in the Yibao pavilion for 4 hours. After they had eaten, he got up and said goodbye. Don't worry about your cultivation. I will take good care of your sister. Xian Yao said. At this time, Xian Yao looked very serious. Thank you. Lin Tian nodded and left the Yibao pavilion. After leaving the Yibao pavilion, he went to the Array Manipulator Guild in Fengjian City. After chatting with Gezheng for a while, he gave the original form of the Gale rune to Gezheng. Gezheng was so surprised that he almost wanted to take Lin Tian as a second master. After 2 hours, Lin Tian walked out of the Array Manipulator Guild in Fengjian City and headed to the Nine-Yang Martial House. The Imperial Clan, the Xian Clan, the Nine-Yang Martial House, and the Array Manipulator Guild. Lin, she will definitely grow up well. Lin Tian said to himself. Before leaving the Beiyan Kingdom, he wanted to pave the way for Lin Shi. After returning to the Nine-Yang Martial House, he went to Elder Mu Qing's courtyard. Brother. Lin, she was playing with Sushu. When she saw Lin Tian, she immediately jumped up happily. Huh. Lin Tian chuckled and gently stroked Lin Shi's head. In this life, this little girl was more important than anything else. You guys left me hanging. Sushu was jealous. Lin Tian laughed, finding it amusing. In the next 2 days, Lin Tian kept Lin Shi and Sushu company. The 3 of them went shopping, hiking, catching low-level beasts, and picking wild fruits on the green hills outside Fengjian City. They had a lot of fun. On this day, early in the morning, Lin Tian was preparing to leave. Just like the last time, Mu Qing, Sherdong, Sushu, Xian Yao, Pushi, and Gezheng came to send him off. Don't worry. I will take care of Lin Shi. Sushu said. Lin Tian nodded, his eyes filled with gratitude. He squatted down and stroked Lin Shi's head. He said apologetically, Shao Shi, you must be well. Brother, don't worry. Shao, she has grown up. Lin, she seriously nodded his little head. Lin Tian chuckled. She was only 9 years old. How could she be considered grown up? He stood up and looked at Mu Qing and the others. Lin Tian nodded. Everyone, goodbye. My sister, please take care of her, he said. Don't worry. With us here, We will never let this girl suffer. Go and cultivate, Mu Qing and the others said. Lin Tian nodded and jumped on the BMW. He took a deep look at Lin Shi and Su Shu before riding away. Smoke and dust splashed. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared into the distance. It's enough to see such a young man in my life. Guzheng sighed. Lin, she stared in the direction Lin Tian left. Her nose twitched, but she didn't cry like last time. Xiaoxi, let's go back, Su Shu said. Okay. Lin, she was very obedient. Su Shu held Lin Shi's hand and walked toward the Nanyang martial house. It took Lin Tian 4 days to travel from Fengjian City to the Imperial City. 4 days later, he strode into the Imperial City, and it instantly caused many people to be shocked. After all, the things he'd done in the Imperial City could be said to be world-shaking, and there weren't many people who wouldn't be shocked. It was even to the extent that many people automatically opened up a path for him, as if Lin Tian was a peerless demon, and they were deeply afraid that offending him would lead to disaster. Lin Tian didn't care. He rode his horse and soon arrived at the general's mansion. He entered the mansion and went to the backyard. He saw the beautiful woman guiding Jiyu in his cultivation. There was sword energy everywhere. I'll be there soon. I've reached the 9th level of the Divine Vein realm. Lin Tian looked at Jiyu and muttered to himself. The beautiful woman naturally noticed Lin Tian, but she didn't pay much attention to him. On the other hand, Jiyu looked over. You're back? Jiyu was delighted and went up to welcome him. In an instant, his cultivation was interrupted. The beautiful woman was a little helpless. She seemed to think that it was Lin Tian's fault that his cultivation was interrupted. She glanced at Lin Tianyi unhappily. Lin Tian was speechless. It wasn't his fault. How is it? Is everything settled? Jiyu asked. Yes. Lin Tian smiled. He thought for a while and decided to go to Fengjian City. It took a lot of time. That's good. Jiyu chuckled. At night, after dinner, Lin Tian returned to his room to cultivate. However, he found an old drunkard in his room. The whole room was filled with the smell of alcohol. Hey! Lin Tian raised his eyebrows and called out. Call me master or an old drunkard. What's the big deal about calling me hey? An old drunkard smacked his lips and said, Are you almost ready? The day after tomorrow, we will leave for the sect. Your little lover and her master will go with us. Go with us. Lin Tianwei was confused. An old drunkard said, The Valley of the Harp is not too far away from the Burning Sun sect. We're going in the same direction. Of course we will go together. Lin Tian nodded. So that was the case. Speaking of which, how long will it take to get to the Burning Sun sect from here? He was a little curious. About 10 days by air. But it's obvious that your cultivation is not enough. We can only ride horses. It will take about 1.5 months. An old drunkard said. That long? Lin Tianwei was surprised. An old drunkard curled his lips. Do you think the sect is in your backyard and you can get there in a short time? Lin Tian nodded, walked to the bed, and sat cross-legged to cultivate. Well, not bad. You are very diligent, an old drunkard said. The next morning, Lin Tian woke up. After breakfast, he walked out of the general's mansion and called Xian Qingyan. Brother-in-law, I heard that you are going to the sect to cultivate. Xian Qingyan's eyes lit up. Well, I will leave tomorrow morning. Lin Tian nodded. As he spoke, he took out the Mo family's stone ring that he had used before and said, This is a stone ring. I believe you are familiar with it. There are dozens of spirit-gathering rune scrolls and some spirit herbs and elixir pills. Use them sparingly. Xian Qingyan was overjoyed. Thank you, brother-in-law. Taking the stone ring, Xian Qingyan's face was filled with excitement. Cultivate diligently in the future. I gave your sister some martial techniques and cultivation methods. You can ask her for them. Lin Tian on Dao. Well, brother-in-law, don't worry. Xin Chenyun promised. Lin Tian smiled. He chatted with Xin Chenyun for a while. Xin Chenyun brought him to the immortal knowledge water tower for a stroll. He only returned to the general's mansion in the evening. The night passed quickly. An old drunkard and the beautiful woman stood in the courtyard early in the morning. There were 4 precious horses outside the general's mansion. Lin Tian walked out of the room. Coincidentally, Ji Yu walked over from the other side. Little Yu, follow Miss Yu and cultivate well, Ji Yuanshan said. Grandfather is the one. When little Yu is not around, you must take care of your body, Ji Yu said softly. Ji Yuanshan was a little sad that he had to leave his home. Ji Yuanshan rubbed Ji Yu's head and comforted him. Don't worry. Grandfather is a martial artist. His body is still very strong. As he spoke, Ji Yuanshan looked at Lin Tian and said, Little brother, I hope you can go further on the path of martial arts. Thank you, old general. Lin Tian Andao. He admired Ji Yuanshan very much. End of chapter. Chapter 211. Although parting was sad, they still had to part. Lin Tian and Ji Yu bade farewell to Ji Yuanshan, together with an old drunkard and Ji Yu. The 4 horses left the imperial city and headed northeast. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this half a month, the 4 of them walked and stopped. They didn't know how far away they were from the imperial city. We still have to walk for a month. Lin Tian asked an old drunkard. It was midnight. The 4 of them stopped in a small forest. After all, both men and horses needed to rest. Almost. An old drunkard said. Lin Tian nodded. He leaned against an old tree and closed his eyes to rest. He was actually quite tired after traveling for half a month. The next morning, the 4 of them woke up early and continued their journey. Just like that, another month quickly passed. On this day, a vast mountain range appeared in front of them. There were many tall mountains and forests, and they were incomparably majestic. Looking from afar, there were many pavilions and pavilions in front of them, giving people a very mysterious feeling. It was like a celestial court. We're here. An old drunkard suddenly said. Lin Tian looked ahead and was slightly surprised. The beautiful woman stopped the horse and glanced at an old drunkard and Lin Tian. She said to Ji Yu, The Valley of the Harp is still ahead. As she spoke, the beautiful woman rode her horse to the side. Obviously, she was giving Ji Yu and Lin Tian time to say goodbye. Ji Yu looked at Lin Tian and blinked. Conad 1, we're all working hard. Lin Tian Dao. Ji Yu curled his lips. What a fool. You don't know how to talk at all. Lin Tian blushed with shame. He was a little embarrassed. Ji Yu came to Lin Tian's side and said, I believe that no matter where you go, no one can overshadow your brilliance. After a slight hesitation, Ji Yu stepped forward and hugged Lin Tian. Then he jumped away like a rabbit and jumped back onto the horse. Goodbye. After telling Lin Tian Dao, Ji Yu urged his horse towards the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman glanced at Lin Tian. Then she took Ji Yu with her and rode away. Soon they disappeared into the distance. Lin Tian stared into the distance, lost in thought for a moment. Don't look anymore, it's already gone. An old drunkard's voice rang out. Lin Tian turned her head and walked to an old drunkard's side. She followed an old drunkard as they walked forward. Gradually, the pavilions and terraces became clearer. Another 15 minutes passed, and a steep stone staircase appeared 1,000 feet away. It was about 80 degrees and was 1,000 feet high. Above 1,000 feet, white clouds curled up and floated between the various pavilions. It looked like a fairyland. Is that the burning sun set up there? Lin Tian asked. An old drunkard nodded. He also stared ahead in a daze. Lin Tian was a little surprised. This was a sect. Its style was indeed different, like the Ruoxian court. Conad, too. At this moment, an old drunkard patted Lin Tian's shoulder and said, Kigo. Lin Tianyi was stunned. I'm going alone. An old drunkard took out a letter and a piece of paper and handed it to Lin Tiandao. Give this letter to the sect's duty hall. The sect will arrange it for you. In addition, this piece of paper contains all kinds of information about the Burning Sun sect. Take a good look. Finally, remember one thing. The sect is very strong, but the competition is far more cruel than the secular world. Hey, old man, what do you mean by this? Lin Tian raised his eyebrows. However, the moment he finished speaking, an old drunkard's figure disappeared. Only a loud laugh fell into his ears. Good disciple, don't worry. Master is going to look for wine. I'll come back to see you when I have time. Lin Tian looked around, but he couldn't find the old man. Lin Tian had an impulse to curse out loud. This old fellow had brought him here, but he actually slipped away himself. Looking at the letter and paper in his hand, Lin Tian paused. In the end, he had no choice but to walk forward. Since he was already here, he couldn't just walk back. Soon, he arrived in front of the stone steps. Who's there? Stop! Someone shouted. In front of the stone steps, there was a young man standing on the left, right, and center. Seeing Lin Tian approaching, the man in the middle shouted to stop him. Lin Tian looked at the three people and couldn't help but be surprised. These three people's cultivations were actually in the divine pulse realm, and their vitality was very vigorous. This made him sigh again. As expected of a sect, even the disciples guarding the mountain were so strong. Conad 3. Greetings, senior brothers. I'm here at the Burning Sun sect under the orders of my master, Lin Tianandao. As he spoke, he took out the letter an old drunkard gave him. An old drunkard gave him this, and he believed that it would be useful. In front of the stone steps, the young man in the middle took a step forward and glanced at the letter in Lin Tian's hand. Immediately, the young man's expression changed. Follow me. When he looked at Lin Tian again, the young man's expression changed. It was a little strange and a little surprised. As he spoke, the young man asked the other two to guard the mountain well, and he took the lead to climb up. Lin Tian was puzzled, but he didn't ask any questions. He followed the young man and climbed up the stone steps. Lin Tian personally climbed the stone steps. As he climbed higher and higher, he felt that the air was getting thinner and the temperature was getting colder. After climbing about 60 zhang, Lin Tian looked back and suddenly felt a chill on his back. At this moment, looking down, even he felt a little dizzy. These stone steps were too steep. Looking back, Lin Tian took a deep breath and calmed himself down. The young man walking in front noticed Lin Tian's expression and smiled faintly. It's basically like this when you climb these stone steps for the first time. I was also like this in the past, so it's very normal. After climbing a few more times in the future, you'll get used to it. Lin Tian nodded. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. No harm done. The young man waved his hand. Soon, Lin Tian followed the young man up the stone steps and saw the Burning Sun sect. Looking at the Burning Sun sect up close, Lin Tian's eyes flickered. He was completely stunned. Too vast, too magnificent. A few months ago, when he first went to the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard, he was still amazed by the vastness of the Imperial Courtyard. But now, looking at the Burning Sun sect, he found that the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard was too small. This Burning Sun sect was at least 10 times bigger than the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. Looking around, there were many disciples of the Burning Sun sect walking around. These people were about 18 years old, but they were all full of vigor. The weakest one was actually at the 5th heavenly layer of the divine vein realm. As expected of a sect, Lin Tian thought, let's go. I'll take you to the duty hall. The young man smiled. Lin Tian came back to his senses and said, Sorry to trouble you, senior brother. Don't mention it. The young man shook his head. Lin Tian followed behind the young man. They went around a small path and soon arrived in front of a towering pavilion. Lin Tian raised his head and saw 3 big words. Duty Hall. The young man walked forward and explained to Lin Tian as he walked. The duty hall deals with all kinds of affairs of the sect's disciples, such as rewards and punishments, new disciples, and so on. It's all handled by the duty hall. Lin Tian nodded and followed the young man into the duty hall. In the duty hall, 3 old men sat casually on one side. Lin Tian glanced around and was shocked. The 3 old men were all in the Sea of Consciousness realm. Moreover, they were all stronger than the Jiang family's old ancestor. They were at least in the 3rd layer of the Sea of Consciousness realm. Deacon Elder, this little brother, is here with a letter from that lord. The young man stepped forward and said to one of them. Then the young man nodded to Lin Tian. Lin Tian naturally understood the young man's meaning. He stepped forward, took out the letter, and handed it to the old man in the middle. The old man raised his head and glanced at it. His pupils immediately shrank. Next to him, the other 2 old men looked over and were also moved. The 3 old men looked at each other. The old man in the middle took out a golden token and handed it to Lin Tian. From now on, you are an outer disciple of the Burning Sun sect. Then the old man looked at the young man and said, Take him to the outer disciples' living area to find a place to stay. Yes, the young man said. Lin Tian held the golden token and bowed to the 3 old men. Then he followed the young man out. Looking at Lin Tian's back, the 3 old men's eyes flickered. I didn't expect that person to bring a disciple back. Rumor has it that that person hasn't visited the Burning Sun sect for decades. This time he suddenly brought a disciple back. The Burning Sun sect is going to be lively. Who knows? Let's report this to the elders, the 3 said. After leaving the duty hall, Lin Tian followed the young man and soon arrived at a forest. As far as the eye could see, there were many wooden houses standing horizontally in the forest. Although they looked very simple, they were filled with a natural aura. The surrounding environment was extremely quiet, and the spirit energy in the air was much stronger than in the Northern Flame Imperial Academy. This is the living area for outer disciples. There are still many empty houses. You can choose one. Oh right, I'm Su Feng. I'm also staying here. After you choose, I'll bring you to the Pill Treasure Court to receive this month's cultivation resources. The young man said with a smile. Thank you, Senior Brother Su. Lin Tian thanked him. After saying that, Lin Tian walked forward. He glanced around and randomly chose a wooden house. The layout of the wooden house was very simple. There was a wooden bed, a wooden table, and 2 small rooms. In terms of accommodation, it was inferior to the 9 Suns Martial House. On the path of a cultivator, you can't be too extravagant. The simpler the better. Su Feng said. Lin Tian nodded. He agreed with Su Feng's words. After finding a place to stay, Lin Tian followed Su Feng and went to the Pill Treasure Court. According to Su Feng, the disciples of the Burning Sun sect could receive elixir resources once a month. The higher the level of the disciple, the more elixirs they could receive. These elixirs were all collected from the Pill Treasure Court. Not long after, Lin Tian arrived at the Pill Treasure Court. You're now an outer disciple. You can receive 30 fasting pills, 5 spirit consolidating pills, and 3 spirit accumulating pills. Fasting pills are naturally used to eliminate hunger and thirst. Basically, 1 pill a day is enough. Spirit consolidating pills are used to condense true yuan. As for spirit accumulating pills, they're used to strengthen one's essence, qi, and spirit. They're very useful for condensing one's sea of consciousness in the future. Su Feng explained. Lin Tian understood. Then, with Su Feng's help, he used the gold token to receive his cultivation elixirs for this month. After that, the 2 walked out of the Pill Treasure Court and walked toward the outer disciples' living area. You should be familiar with it. You can come here by yourself in the future. Su Feng said with a smile. Thank you, Senior Brother Su. Lin Tian thanked him. At this moment, a sinister laugh sounded. 5 young men blocked the two of them. Su Feng, is this the newcomer beside you? He just received his elixirs. Tell him to hand it over. The leader said with a smile. End of chapter. Chapter 212. Lin Tian stared at the 5 people in front of him and frowned slightly. No pop-up window. Su Feng's expression was ugly. He stared at the leader and said, Zhou Yang, junior brother Lin, just arrived at the sect. Don't go too far. Too far. I thought it was normal. Zhou Yang shrugged. Beside Zhou Yang, another person said impatiently, Su Feng, don't waste time. As he spoke, he gazed at Lin Tian and said, Kid, obediently hand over the medicinal pills you received, otherwise, don't blame us for taking them ourselves. Of course, if we really wait until then you might have to suffer a little. You. Su Feng's expression darkened. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at Su Feng. What's going on? Su Feng said in a low voice, Among the disciples of the sect, there are often people who rob other disciples of their cultivation resources. These 5 people often do such things. The sect doesn't care? Lin Tian frowned. As long as they don't kill or cripple people, the sect usually doesn't care. Su Feng sighed. Lin Tian was slightly stunned. He suddenly recalled the old drunkard's words before he left. The sect was even crueler and crueler than the mortal world. It is indeed cruel. Lin Tian Ondao. Are you done? One of the yellow-clothed young men stepped forward. Su Feng said helplessly, Junior brother Lin, just give them the pills first. These 5 people are very strong, especially Zhou Yang. He is already in the 8th level of the divine vein realm. We are no match for him. I still have some fasting pills. I will give you some later. It should be enough to get you through this month. Just be careful next time. In the sect, there was no such thing as food. The disciples all lived on fasting pills. Hey, Su Feng, at least you know what's good for you, the yellow-clothed young man said. Then he walked toward Lin Tian and stretched out his hand. Kid, hand it over obediently. If you have a better attitude, we will only take half of your pills next time. This person had a proud smile on his face, as if he had done Lin Tian a great favor. Lin Tian raised his right hand and grabbed the man's wrist. Crack! With a crisp sound, the yellow-clothed youth's wrist was broken. The yellow-clothed youth groaned in pain and glared at Lin Tian. You dare to move! Bang! Lin Tian lifted his leg and kicked the yellow-clothed youth in the abdomen, sending him flying more than 50 feet away. Such a scene caused everyone's expression to change. Junior brother Lin Yu, Su Feng was both surprised and anxious. He never thought that Lin Tian would actually make a move. Lin Tian took a step forward and said, Competition is a good thing, but I hate this kind of competitive atmosphere. In other words, this has nothing to do with competition. It's nothing more than the strong bullying the weak. Seeing Lin Tian walk forward, Su Feng was shocked again. Zhou Yang and the other 3 stared at Lin Tian, their faces turning cold. You dare to make a move? You don't know how to appreciate favors. Zhou Yang said coldly. Following Zhou Yang's words, the other 3 immediately rushed toward Lin Tian. Their attacks were ruthless and merciless. A newcomer should have the awareness of a newcomer. How dare you attack a senior brother? One of the skinny men said, Junior brother Lin, be careful. This person is very fast. Su Feng warned. It's too late. The skinny man sneered. He was already in front of Lin Tian and punched him. However, at this moment, the skinny man's face suddenly changed. He saw a palm flying toward him from his left. Slap! The sound of the slap was extremely loud. The skinny man was sent flying. A few teeth and blood spurted out. Then, almost at the same time, the other 2 were slapped and sent flying like the skinny man. With 3 pung, pung, pung sounds, the 3 of them landed in the distance, howling in grief. Su Feng was stunned. The skinny man's speed was very fast, and his cultivation wasn't weak either. He was in the 7th level of the divine vein realm. In addition, the other two were also in the 7th level of the divine vein realm. Their combined strength could be said to be extremely strong. However, they were sent flying by Lin Tian in an instant. There were many disciples around. When they saw the commotion, they all looked over. It's Zhou Yang and the other 4. They are snatching other disciples' pills again. Except for Zhou Yang, why are the other 4 injured? Many people were surprised. These people were all outer court disciples, so they were naturally very familiar with Zhou Yang and the other 4. In fact, among these people, there were quite a few who had their medicinal pills snatched by Zhou Yang and the other 4. They were very clear that Zhou Yang and the other 4 were not simple people. At this moment, these people were naturally very surprised when they saw that all 4 of them, excluding Zhou Yang, were injured and sent flying. Zhou Yang stared at Lin Tian. His face darkened. By doing this, you should have already realized your mistake. Staring at Lin Tian, Zhou Yang said gloomily. As he spoke, a cold aura spread out. His cultivation of the 8th level of the divine vein realm was fully displayed. Everyone in the surroundings was shocked. Following Zhou Yang's gaze, everyone looked at Lin Tian. I don't seem to have seen this person before. Could he be a new disciple? That should be it. Those 4 people, could it be that they were injured by this new disciple? It can't be. Those people aren't weak. Whether it's true or not, it's bad now. Zhou Yang's strength is enough to rank in the top 15 of the outer disciples. Many people whispered. Staring at Lin Tian, many people shook their heads. This new disciple is going to suffer. Someone sighed. Zhou Yang's eyes were cold. The aura on his body was stronger than that of Duan Wenba, who was in the 9th level of the divine vein realm. He took a step forward, and his powerful aura caused the air to whistle. Zhou Yang, what are you doing? Su Feng's face changed. I'm going to teach this new disciple a lesson. I'll let him know how to stand in the sect. Zhou Yang said coldly. As he spoke, Zhou Yang walked toward Lin Tian step by step. Right at this moment, there was a flash in front of him, and a figure was already standing in front of him. Zhou Yang's expression changed. This figure was actually Lin Tian. Lin Tian was expressionless. He clasped Zhou Yang's neck with his left hand and raised his right hand to slap Zhou Yang's face. The sound of a slap rang out, extremely loud and clear. Slap. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He raised his right hand and slapped Zhou Yang's face back and forth. A moment later, Zhou Yang's entire face was swollen. Blood and saliva were flying everywhere. From the very beginning, I was prepared to beat you all up. Lin Tian. Zhou Yang was stunned by the slap. He could only feel his head buzzing. A moment later, he let out a scream. Too noisy. Lin Tian raised his leg and kicked Zhou Yang's abdomen. With a bang, Zhou Yang flew out and crashed into an old tree. He fainted on the spot. This. Where did this ruthless person come from? He's so strong. Oh my God! Many people stared at this scene with their eyes wide open. Zhou Yang's strength was extremely strong. He was ranked 12th in the outer sect. But now he was suppressed so easily. Is he really a new disciple? Someone swallowed his saliva. The skinny man and the other 3 were sent flying by Lin Tian, but they didn't faint like Zhou Yang. Seeing the scene, they were all terrified. They had done this kind of thing hundreds of times, but they didn't expect to kick an iron plate this time. He was obviously a new disciple, but his strength was so terrifying. The 4 came to Zhou Yang's side, helped him up, and quickly left. Even Zhou Yang, who was in the 8th level of the Divine Pulse realm, was defeated. They were definitely not a match for him. Clang! A beam of sword chi landed beside the 4 of them, leaving a deep sword mark. The 4 of them were so shocked that they quickly stopped in their tracks. You want to leave? Lin Tianlun said indifferently. The 4 were a little scared. The young man in yellow stared at Lin Tian and said, What do you want? Aren't you here to snatch the pills? Now leave all the pills you have, Lin Tianlong said. Hearing this, the four's expressions changed. You've already injured us, and you still want to snatch the pills? Don't go too far. The skinny man's face was livid. Lin Tian's face was full of disdain. In a flash, he appeared in front of the skinny man and raised his hand to slap him. With a slap, the skinny man vomited blood and was sent flying again. Am I going too far? I thought this was a very normal thing, Lin Tan said indifferently. Hearing this, the four's expressions turned ugly. These were clearly what Zhou Yang had said before, word for word. The four stared at Lin Tian, shocked, frightened, and angry. Lin Tian's expression gradually turned cold, and a chill spread out. Don't test my patience. Being in Lin Tian's chill, the four all trembled. Up to this day, at least thousands of martial artists had died in Lin Tian's hands. This chill was something that carried real killing intent, and it was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Immediately, the four trembled and took out all the pills they had. Let's help him too. Lin Tian looked at Zhou Yang. The four did not dare to disobey. They immediately took out more pills from Zhou Yang and put them all on the ground. That's all. The young man in yellow gritted his teeth. Lin Tan glanced at them indifferently. Get lost. The four's faces were livid. They felt extremely humiliated, but they did not dare to stay any longer. They supported Zhou Yang and quickly left. When the crowd saw this scene, their expressions were marvelous. This, Zhou Yang and the other four were robbed of their pills? Ruthless. Many people were dumbfounded. Lin Tian picked up the pills on the ground and glanced at them. He found that there were several small jade bottles of fasting pills, dozens of spirit consolidating pills, and more than 10 spirit accumulating pills. Senior brother Su, just take some. He came to Su Feng. Su Feng waved his hand. No need, no need. Staring at Lin Tian, Su Feng was surprised. He could not help but think that he was worthy of being the disciple brought back by that person. By the way, junior brother Lin, you can go back to your residence first. There shouldn't be a problem. I still have to guard the mountain. It's my turn today. I have to guard the mountain for about 3 days, Su Feng said. Lin Tianyi was stunned. Is this a rotation? Su Feng nodded and said with a smile, guarding the mountain is the responsibility of the outer sect disciples. Every 3 days, a group of 10 people will rotate. Among the 10 people, 3 will guard the stone steps, while the other 7 will patrol the other places. You will also come later. Lin Tian nodded. So it was like this. After bidding farewell to Su Feng, Lin Tian returned to his residence under the shocked eyes of the crowd. He tidied up a little and took out a piece of paper from the stone ring. This was something an old drunkard gave him before leaving. He just happened to take a look. End of this chapter. Chapter 213. The paper was not too big, and there was a sketch drawn on it. Lin Tian glanced at it and found that it seemed to be the distribution chart of the Burning Sun sect. An old drunkard had written notes and other things in various places. Full text to read: Martial Practice Field, Elder Hall, Duty Hall, Pill Treasure Court, Burning Sun Pavilion. Lin Tianyi looked. There was no need to mention the Martial Practice Field, Elder Hall, Duty Hall, and Pill Treasure Court. Lin Tian already knew about them. As for the Burning Sun Pavilion, Lin Tian glanced around and found that it was similar to the Martial Hall of the Nanyang Martial House. It was a place where the cultivation methods and martial skills of the sect were stored and guarded by the deacon elders of the sect. These were the main components of the Burning Sun Pavilion, followed by the cultivation area. Lin Tian glanced around and found that there were about 5 cultivation areas: Demon Ceiling Gorge, Star River Pagoda, Illusory Forest, Dragon Spirit Valley, and Flying Waterfall. 5, that's a lot. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Staring at the 5 cultivation areas, he carefully looked at the notes left by an old drunkard. Demon Ceiling Gorge, located behind the Burning Sun sect, was a vast primitive forest surrounded by the Burning Sun sect for the disciples to train. Demon Ceiling Gorge had many powerful monster beasts and countless natural treasures. It was one of the most important cultivation areas for the disciples of the Burning Sun sect, and many disciples went there every day. The Star River Pagoda was located on the east side of the Burning Sun sect. It was a 9-story pagoda. In the past, the founder of the Burning Sun sect had invited a powerful array manipulator to help him engrave many terrifying arrays, allowing the pagoda to communicate with the Star River. It allowed the disciples who entered the pagoda to train their consciousness extremely quickly. It was a treasured place for cultivating one's consciousness. The illusory forest was a large-scale illusory realm. Not only could it create demonic beasts, it could also create different martial arts experts. It could even create illusions of the martial artists who entered it, allowing the disciples of the sect to cultivate to their heart's content. The Dragon Spirit Valley was located to the west of the Burning Sun Valley. It was a place where spiritual veins gathered. It was similar to the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard's Pulse Condensation Cave. Of course, the density of spiritual chi was much higher than the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard's Pulse Condensation Cave. Moreover, the Dragon Spirit Valley was extremely vast. It was about 3,000 feet in radius. The Facian Waterfall was located on the north side of the Burning Sun sect. It was a huge waterfall with a height of 300 feet. It contained an astonishing cold current that even ordinary divine range experts would find difficult to withstand. Furthermore, there was a gravity formation engraved in the pre-celestial waterfall. Being inside, one would have to endure at least 5 times the normal gravity at all times. It was a good place to train one's body. Of the 5 cultivation areas, except for the Celestial River Pagoda, which required a Sea of Consciousness realm cultivator to enter, the other places did not have any restrictions. As expected of a sect, there is no time limit in the cultivation area. Lin Tian muttered to himself, "One should know that many cultivation resources in the Nine-Yang Martial House and the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard basically had a time limit. After all, it would take a lot of energy to operate the formations. However, the Burning Sun sect did not have any restrictions. Even the restriction in the Celestial River Pagoda was only because it would be useless for cultivators below the Sea of Consciousness realm to enter. It might even be harmful. Afterward, Lin Tian looked again. It was the composition of the Burning Sun sect. There was 1 supreme elder, 1 sect master, and 4 elders. All of them were in the airborne realm. The supreme elder was the strongest. Next were the deacons of the sect. They were all in the Sea of Consciousness realm and were responsible for various daily affairs of the sect. The disciples of the sect are divided into outer disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples. Lin Tian muttered to himself. There were about 500 disciples in the Burning Sun sect. More than half of them were outer disciples. There were no restrictions. The number of inner disciples was fixed at 30. As for core disciples, there was a fixed number of them. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The number was 4. The minimum requirement for inner disciples and core disciples was to reach the Sea of Consciousness realm. Otherwise, they were not eligible to join. As for how to become an inner disciple and a core disciple, an old drunkard also left a detailed explanation. It was very straightforward and very simple. To become an inner disciple, one first needed to reach the Sea of Consciousness realm. Then, one could challenge someone who was already an inner disciple. If one won, the challenger would become an inner disciple, and the challenged would become an outer disciple. If one lost, they would still be an outer disciple and could not challenge anyone for half a year. Inner disciples could receive more pills every month. There were 30 fasting pills, 30 spirit consolidating pills, and 10 spirit accumulating pills. This was enough to make many outer disciples drool. Although the fasting pills were nothing, the spirit consolidating pills were extremely precious, especially the spirit accumulating pills. Its value was extremely shocking. It's almost the same as the Northern Flame Imperial Academy system. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He looked at the conditions for becoming a core disciple. There were 2 conditions for becoming a core disciple. The first was to have a certain amount of sect contribution points. The so-called sect contribution points were to contribute some martial skills, cultivation methods, spirit coins, beast cores, and medicinal pills to the duty hall to accumulate sect contribution points. When one's sect contribution points reached a certain amount and his cultivation reached the Sea of Consciousness realm, he could challenge any core disciple. If he won, he would replace the challenged and become the new core disciple. If he lost, he would still be in the same position and could not challenge anyone for half a year. In addition, only inner disciples were eligible to challenge the core disciples. Compared to inner disciples, core disciples could receive more pills every month and could be directly taught by the sect elders. Most importantly, the next master of the sect would only be selected from the 4 core disciples. Core disciples also have their own residence and territory. This is quite luxurious. Lin Tian Ondao. Finally, after glancing at the paper, Lin Tian found that the Burning Sun sect also had a life and death arena, which was used to resolve conflicts between sect disciples. The sect forbade disciples from killing each other, and it was not allowed to kill or cripple disciples. However, once on the life and death arena, there would be no such restriction. Once on the life and death arena, life and death would be determined by fate. Life and death arena, interesting. Lin Tian muttered to himself. After a pause, Lin Tian put away the paper. He now had a general understanding of the Burning Sun sect. At present, there were more than 400 outer disciples, 30 inner disciples, and 4 core disciples. In short, the higher the disciples' level, the more benefits there would be. Lin Tian raised his head and looked out of the window. He found that the sky had darkened and stars were twinkling. Therefore, he sat down cross-legged and operated the 4 extreme scriptures, making his true yuan flow faster. After more than 2 hours, his essence, qi, and spirit reached the peak and stopped. Rest. After muttering to himself, Lin Tian washed up a little, then lay down and closed his eyes. After more than a month of traveling, he was indeed very tired. Soon the night was over. The next day, Lin Tian woke up early and faced the morning sun outside the wooden house. Then he walked outside. He was going to see the various cultivation areas. Let's go to the illusory forest first. He muttered to himself. The illusory forest was located in the southern part of the Burning Sun sect. After leaving his house, Lin Tian walked towards the illusory forest. On the way to the illusory forest, there were many sect disciples walking back and forth. When they saw Lin Tian, they were all shocked. Quite a few people were startled by this. That's him? The new disciple? Yes, that's him. Yesterday, Zhou Yang and the other 4 wanted to steal his elixir, but they were ruthlessly beaten up. Their elixir was taken away by him. Zhou Yang is at the peak of the 8th layer of the divine vein realm. How can this new disciple defeat Zhou Yang and the other 4 at the same time? I saw it with my own eyes. How can it be fake? Many people stared at Lin Tian, discussing animatedly. Generally speaking, the new disciples of the Burning Sun sect would inevitably have their elixir snatched by some senior disciples. At the beginning, they would be very embarrassed and miserable. Even some outer disciples who had been in the sect for a long time would often have their elixir snatched away by stronger disciples. However, Lin Tian had just arrived, and he had ruthlessly beaten up Zhou Yang and the other 4 who tried to snatch his elixir. In turn, he snatched their elixir, which was really shocking. I heard that Zhou Yang has a good relationship with the number 1 outer disciple, Lu Zihue. Will Lu Zihue? I'm 100% sure that Lu Zihue will make a move on this new disciple. Someone said, Are you sure? Nonsense. That Zhou Yang often snatches other disciples' elixir. Among them, half of his elixir was given to Lu Zihue. Now, the new disciple not only injured Zhou Yang, but also snatched their elixir. Among them, Half of it must be given to Lu Zihui. Do you think Lu Zihui will sit still? That Lu Zihui has reached the sea of consciousness realm. I heard that he is in seclusion, preparing to challenge the inner disciples. You also know that it's the sea of consciousness realm. For an expert of this level, dealing with a divine vein realm cultivator is as simple as eating and drinking. Then this new disciple, won't he, do you still need to say it? He's definitely going to be miserable. Many people shook their heads. Lin Tian's array control technique had reached the 4th level, and his soul force was incomparably powerful. Naturally, he could hear these people's discussion. He paused for a moment, but he didn't care much about it. He continued to walk towards the illusory forest. Not long after, he arrived at the illusory forest. There were many disciples coming in and out. The illusory forest wasn't a forest, as its name suggested. There were only a few huge old trees at the periphery, and there were no deacons guarding the sides. When Lin Tian arrived, he didn't stop and walked in. As soon as Lin Tian entered, he found that the surrounding scene suddenly changed. He actually came to a broken city. There were many demonic beasts walking in the city, and there were many obscure warriors wearing black armor. Each of them held a weapon in their hands, whether it was a saber or a sword. The murderous aura was terrifying. Most importantly, Lin Tian found that there were many disciples of the sect. He had seen these disciples outside the illusory forest before, but now he saw them inside the illusory forest. Moreover, as far as he could sense, these people weren't created by the illusory forest. They were all disciples of the sect. In the illusory forest, the disciples can actually meet each other. It's really shocking. Lin Tianwei was a little surprised. One had to know that although the Nine-Yang Martial House and the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard had their own illusory forest, they couldn't let the disciples see each other. It seemed that the illusory forest's illusory forest was undoubtedly much more advanced than the Nine-Yang Martial House and the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard's illusory forest. At this moment, Lin Tianwei frowned slightly. He felt a cold gaze fall on him. End of chapter.